Looking at you sitting there, your mind a million miles away. I might as well be talking to the walls. Maybe they'll hear what I've got to say. It's the same old story about somebody with a dream, looking for the glory. No matter how far the future seems, you've got stars in your eyes. There's a whole world out there for you. You've got stars in your eyes. What are you gonna do? You've got stars in your eyes. There's a whole world out there. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. So much inside, you can't hold it all in. You got to express your feelings. Maybe one day the whole world will know. Put a sail on your dreams and go sail. It's the same old story about somebody with a dream, looking for the glory. No matter how far the future seems, you've got stars in your eyes. There's a whole world out there for you. You've got stars in your eyes. Lord, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Oh, you've got stars in your eyes. There's a whole world out there for you. Forget about it.
Act like an angel and dress like crazy.
Oh, the girls are calling, calling. Oh, the girls are calling, calling. Oh, the girls are calling, calling. Oh, the girly girls.
Okay, everybody walk to the baseline up. Don't waste your time on talking. Please don't play my song. Focus on the way I'm walking. You can't get enough. Let's let the roof go again. We can't get enough.
Let's talk about it just once, okay?
양님, 너 CPR 같이 손잡고 like Pikachu. 100만 벌트 전기 is pumping.
I'm on otaku bestie. 미쳐도 candy sassy.
뉴런의 자가를 강신해 머릿속은 뭉클하겠지.
스스로 심판의 매일 적당히 미치려 했지.
몰라 유쾌한 원칙 따윈 제길. 난 그런
내
듯이.
답은 이미 super crazy. Act like an angel and dress like crazy.
Act like an angel and dress like crazy.
All the girls are yelling, yelling. All the girls are yelling, yelling. All the girls are yelling, yelling. All the girly girls. All the girls are yelling, yelling. All the girls are yelling, yelling. All the girls are yelling, yelling. All the girly girls.
It's like we're almost there and then I turn around and you're not there anymore. But how could you leave me in the club? Okay, I guess you must have had enough.
You were on fire, lost in the desire. I'm leaving later, in case it gets better. If you're down to ride, everyone we know is out tonight. We could leave all our jobs today. Maybe it's a secret holiday. Everybody walk to the baseline up. Don't waste your time on talking. Please don't play my song. Focus on the way I'm walking. You can't get enough. Let's let the roof go again. We can't get enough.
Let's talk about it, okay? Act like an angel and dress like crazy. Let's talk about it, okay? Let's talk about it.
All the girls are yelling, yelling. All the girls are yelling, yelling. All the girls are yelling, yelling. All the girly girls. All the girls are yelling, yelling. All the girls are yelling, yelling. All the girls are yelling, yelling. All the girly girls.
My fucking god. My fucking god. I could not be more tilted. At the start of a stream, I could not be more tilted at all. Social stream is not working. I've done my best to get YouTube chat going and available. But that's fine. Welcome to the Spell Marketable show today. This is the stream, the show, this is everything. How's it going, guys? Happy Saturday. It's been a while. I may be a little bit out of practice, and I may be running myself up a wall with how busy I am at work. So it feels good to be busy. It feels good to have an obsession. And unfortunately, that obsession comes with the constant... I'm not fucking muted. I'm not fucking muted. Shut up. There's no way I'm muted, 2-bit. Shut the fuck up. It comes with the unfortunate double-edged sword that I found a project that I'm fascinated with, that I'm super excited about, and that means that I need to log into a bunch of bullshit. A lot of messages going around, a lot of emails, a lot of bureaucracy. Oh my god, it's so fucking annoying. Like, I'm trying to get off my phone I'm trying to spend less time on my phone and more time on like the bigger monitors. But every fucking 5 minutes or so, I need to fucking tell the entire world that yes, I am still attached at the hip with my phone and this bullshit two-factor authentication. I genuinely can't. I genuinely can't. How is this upcoming? This is going right now. Alright, I'm sharing this, whatever the fuck. Hello! We're gonna do the promoing. What are we doing today? We got Banon shitting himself. We'll probably do a couple of other fun things, I think. That'll be, we're returning to the start of liberalism. I'm not gonna be too I'm not gonna make this complicated. I have enough going on. I need to settle in, I need to chill. And then this, paste that, and then le Twitch channel, copy link. I cannot, I've got something that I had presumed would make my life easier. I assumed that my life would be so much easier if I had a password manager, but it turns out that in order for me to log into the social stream YouTube, I need a passkey, but a passkey isn't getting autofilled like it should be, so we're fucked. We're so fucked, actually. Alright, let's just finish spreading my shit around, you know? I'm gonna bathe in it, I'm gonna cover myself in it. Don't that look nice? Don't that look presentable, chat? Where's Ice Pink? There it is. There's that, and then where's this? Yeah, here we go, here we go. There we go. Alright, we're all promoed up. We're so promoed up. I'm so excited. Chat, I actually cannot today. We played a little bit of this before on stream, but the unfortunate thing is that all my progress, I think, was lost. Which is super unfortunate, but we're looking for something very important. We're looking for Steve Bannon. The boy. Alright, how does this look if I bring this over? Rethinking global business. I love thinking about global business. I'm a big
Here at the Center for World Economy Summit in Washington, D.C. I'm Chris Rugaber at the Associated Press. And at the summit today, we have hundreds of CEOs and world
hundreds of CEOs. We've got so many CEOs. We're so CEO built. Ignore the dark space. There's no negative space.
Blockaging of shipping.
All right.
I don't want to my share data so that we're ready in case we do see
oh my god, this is going to be like the worst case of just empty words, isn't it? From the most ghoulish motherfuckers in the world. This guy looks like his face is begging to fall off.
Just like we do at the NBA, a tech
this
summit.
Guy looks like a worse version of Newsom.
It's good for
the Nats are making out he field. The other thing about
we're so CEO pilled. These people have so many important things to say. I love Citadel.
They've got a number
Yo,
of
black guy.
trains and equipment.
Chat.
You've heard
look,
from the minister himself some of
black
the
guy, look.
impact that was to train for.
We love a little bit of black representation. Oh, never mind. He's probably Indian,
and
actually.
also energy, not just
scalers, but ships had a certain
fat,
that
greasy hogs.
You know, the U.S.
somebody young
should learn
wearing
from
what
some
the
of
fuck
these
is
other
this? What is
countries
this
are
guy
doing
wearing?
Is that
he's wearing a deep neck.
Look, with the internet,
sweater,
the U.S. was first.
zip up
and the U.S.
sweater.
Dominated the
and
internet.
what the
still
fuck is this
dominates the internet.
jacket?
When
It's
you
not
look
even
at
a
the stock
professional
market,
jacket.
It's all, internet
it doesn't look like
right?
it's got a proper collar. Oh my god.
Chris is sort of months. Look, I would.
Chris.
Over a period
of
time
like
of
Joe
understanding
Rogan.
certain check.
Where's
Bannon?
Worked out. Where's Bannon? We need to know what Bannon is thinking. What he's saying. Where is Bannon?
Fundamental part.
Did they scrub this guy out? Or is he like the crowning moment?
But
out.
Bruh,
She was asked, like,
that's the
how
entire live
quickly
stream.
could an election be held? And I think her estimate was it would, in the best case, it would take 9 or 10 months from a concerted effort to we're going to build voter rolls. We're going to
because we need to find the real thing. Associated Press. 1 day ago. Oh, that's it? He just talked for 14 minutes? Chat, this may be a short stream. It's not. I've got.
Please welcome
other
Steve Bannon
things I
of
wanna
Steve
look at.
Bannon's War Room and Ben Smith
Steve
of
Bannon's War
Semaphore.
Room. I'm so War Room build. I love this chill pop, vaguely ethnic music. It's so great.
Look at that. Your fans are here, or one of them. Thank you, sir.
I want to thank my agent.
We actually got content going.
So I was just thinking, we were here a year ago, talking about
What
the
the fuck?
administration, talking about
Bro, he
MAGA.
showed
I
up
think
on
then it
stage
felt
with
like
his shit.
Your wing of the Republican Party was ascendant. A year later, Trump's at war in the Middle East.
Bro, did he actually shit his pants? Wait, chat, you can't see this. Oh my god. How do I fix this? Look. Alright, do I have to like make this smaller? Yeah, I think I do. Look. Chat, it might be a little tough to see. The comments are very funny though. He's flooding the zone. He's certainly flooding the zone.
He's doing a deal
Everybody's
with
taking
China.
pictures of his pants.
You're fighting him
Brother,
over deportations.
You didn't have a
So,
second pair
what
of
happened?
pants before you walked
they're
onto the
fighting him.
Semaphore
Look,
World Economy Forum?
First of all, we were ascendant on those policies.
Oh god, oh god. Bro. I need to see him wide walk out on stage again.
Look at that. Your fans
your
are
ass, let me see your ass.
here.
Little
Or
ass
one of
check,
them.
bud.
Thank you, sir.
I want to thank my
Honestly, it
agent.
doesn't look that bad. It just genuine.
So I was just thinking, we were.
Okay, I think he probably didn't shit his pants. I'm looking at the pants now. I wanted to believe that he shat his pants. It seems like actually that's just like the design of his pants. Like he's just got a stretchy region in the area that is going to experience a lot of deformations.
We're here a year ago, talking about the administration, talking about
I got
MAGA,
baited.
and I think then
I
it
took
felt
the bait.
like your wing of the Republican Party was ascendant.
All right, let's
A
take a
year
listen.
later-
Oh, what a relief, actually. Imagine how embarrassing it would have been to see the leader of the anti-liberal establishment just completely shit his pants in front of the entire world. That would suck so bad. How do I touch the deselect icon on the bottom left? Okay. Okay, yep. We're just playing RTS. Imagine how awful it would have been. It would have been crazy. If I full screen this. Actually, this is probably better.
Trump's at war in the Middle East.
then if
He's
I
doing a
adjust
deal
this
with China. You're fighting him over deportations. So what happened?
I don't know, fighting him. Look,
what happened?
First of all, we were ascendant on those policies, and we'll be ascendant again. President Trump just announced, I think, a peace deal.
We're going to be
in the
so
Middle East,
ascendant.
Peace deal with Lebanon.
We're
We'll
not
see how
on
it
hard
works out. I think
times.
the blockade
Hi,
is
Dijak.
very strong. But
Hello.
people shouldn't lose the
Twitch
fact
chat is broken.
that the populist
YouTube
nationalist
chat
movement in this
is
country's got a lot
an
of muscle.
estranged orphan
right?
child
Right now, we've had a
that
huge
I don't
victory
care
in
about.
Texas. We're fighting to a draw in Virginia. If you look in South Carolina, Lindsey Graham's below 50%. So we got a lot of stroke, and I think people are getting very motivated.
We got a lot of
some of the
stroke. Any
policies are maybe not
strokers?
totally aligned, but President Trump's our leader.
I
and
like
realize
this little
there's been a
detail
lot
of his.
noise
It's kind
out
of
there
cute.
about
It's almost
President
like
Trump
he
and the
thinks
war
that he's like
and maybe some of our
a
alliances,
three-arrow
but I think
social
this
democrat
movement
with
at
his
its
like
core,
little pens. It's
particularly on
kinda
the
cute.
core issues, is stronger than ever.
But can you give me your sense and of basically how the administration has gone so far? Kind of periodize it for me a little. Like there was a period where it just felt like this was Steve Bannon flood the zone being quoted constantly, and really the policies were coming from the populist wing, and it felt, I don't know, I guess I put it at the first Iran bombing when it felt like that stopped and we went in a different direction. But how do you see it?
That's when we stopped
remember,
being ascendant as America?
The 4 years we had in the
when we
wilderness,
started bombing
we had
Iran,
a political
of course the
operation,
liberals
which was
would
the
say
precinct strategy to really become very proficient in getting out low information, low propensity voters, which
Low
led to the
information,
22 and the 24 victory.
Low propensity
In
builders.
addition, we had public intellectuals that stepped up and did, like Russ Vought, who's Secretary of OMB right now, that did Center for Renewing America, Project 2025. So those first 6 months, when I was here last year, we were the beneficiary of 4 years of being in the wilderness, but with policies, cadres. We had networks of people that came in the administration. They were
We
phoning
got
up.
friends. We got so
Sergio
many
Gore
friends.
was personnel.
Never repair it.
So we had the non-Senate confirmed. So when we were here last year and then all the way through the June bombing, we were on a roll. But as Washington does, right, the lobbyists and the corporations and the donors,
the deep
and
state.
I think I'm not saying we're off track. I think some of these are
You just
not
couldn't
as
drain the swamp
hard
good
and
enough.
tough as we want to be. And I keep telling people, President Trump and this movement he created is a moderate. After President Trump, and really the muscle, a lot of the muscle in our movement is much farther right than President Trump and much harder, much more nationalistic than even President Trump is. So I think
Yep,
you're going to see a
surely more
resurgence of that.
nationalistic.
I'm actually very optimistic about November.
Bro, if people to the further right wing of Donald Trump are more nationalistic, they've got a grander vision for what America looks like than the looting and pillaging and the pretty much looting and pillaging of the average American for the American is so bullshit. They literally just passed a Senate and House resolution to sell off resources to fucking Chile. Fucking Chile. And he's like, oh, you know, these guys are going to be more America first. Trust me, trust me, trust me. The even further right wing is even more interested in America. Brother, your fucking moderates are killing America.
I think November we're going to hold the House. I think if we can get the Senate to do anything, we can actually hold the Senate. And they look grim right now.
If we get the Senate
But
to
I
do
see
anything, we can hold the
grassroots people out
Senate.
there
That's
that
awesome.
are thirsting to get back into the fight and thirsting to fight for these
We're so
policies.
thirsty.
I think a few changes of these policies, and we're going to get people back out there. And I feel better than ever in our movement.
And this is a
And I know it works because the first, up until the bombing in Iran, and even remember that bombing,
he accepts
was
like
not
the
as bad
framing.
as it could have been because the greatest
wasn't-
ally in
yeah.
the world.
It
wanted
wasn't
regime-
as bad as it could have been, because what you should have done was just put a nuke into the bunker buster. Sorry.
regime change. And President Trump did total obliteration of the nuclear program, which still rolls through the day. It's one of the reasons
He did not
that
totally
they're talking
obliterate
about
it.
this deal that he might go to Islamabad and do because
not
of the
obliterate it.
beginnings of that bombing. So
was
I
that
feel
sarcasm? Do you not think they're the greatest ally in the world?
No, I do not think they're the greatest ally in the world.
Whoa!
In fact, I think the only worst allies you could have are the Arab allies we've got in the Gulf. I think I think Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE. I don't think any of them are
Bad
good.
for America.
Right? They're double dealing us all
Donnie
the time.
T doesn't even
Right
understand
now,
how
I think
bad
the
they
strategy
are.
is perfect with the blockade. As soon as we get this sorted out with the Chinese Communist Party, I keep saying the Middle East is a sideshow,
As
and
soon as
Israel's
we
a sideshow
get
to a
Taiwan
sideshow.
sorted out.
We've got to pull
We're
back.
selling
We have
out
to pull
Taiwan,
back
by
the
the way. That's
hemispheric
exactly what's
defense,
happening.
the Central Pacific.
And
as the
I think
strategic
the
pivot,
thing that's
like
going to happen
Mackinder said,
is all the commies are going to be celebrating the unification of China. Hassan's going to say it's a good thing that it was done peacefully, it was done chill. Okay, sure, some of the Filipinos may die in the war of conquest, but it's better than whatever the liberals would have done.
The Eurasian
surely.
landmass, the heartland is the pivot for Eurasia. The pivot for the United States is that vast Pacific, as the giants in the 19th century knew. So I think we pull back here, and this is how we control the world, is through hemispheric defense and controlling the Pacific. We're a Pacific nation, but no, I think we got to get out of the Middle East. I think our
that is
Arab
our
allies
empire.
are terrible, and I think Israel shows you that they go their own way every time.
I want to go back to something you said earlier about the kind of business and the lobbyists.
He's
and
such
maybe
a
couple
classy
lobbyists in this room. You
anti-Semite,
can raise your
am I
hands
right?
or not. But certainly a big,
How did you guys
a business-heavy crowd, and that has been, I've spent a lot of time with you over the last year, and kind of my observation has just been that, like, it just feels like in Washington, like the money always wins when there's a conflict right now. And I think
Yeah,
that's
of
sort of
course
what you
money
observe
wins.
too. Why is that? Why do you think that, like,
Why
the
do
kind
you
of
think money
movement
wins?
right is getting rolled
In this
by
room
the
full
kind
of corporate
It doesn't always
billionaires,
get
why do you
rolled. What I
think
said last
money
time
always
also,
wins?
I said, hey,
What can
you're
you
going to
say
have two
to
choices.
appease?
You're going to have Mangione, or you're going to have what turned out to be Mandami, right? You're going to have, and Mandami's populism on the left actually thinks it's more of neo-Marxism and jihadism. But
Neo-Marxism and jihadism, that's
but
true.
it's very effective. What they've done is copied us on how to get out the vote. The Working Family Party and DSA down in Texas, where they won some big state elections. These people are just like us. They get out and get low propensity voters. You should not discount them. They're very, very tough. But when we say the money wins, what I tell the money, you're only digging yourselves into a deeper hole. Because right now we're heading to, I think, crisis after crisis. And you see this in this country with the information state, particularly what's happening with AI. If you look at
Oh
young
my God,
people,
even Bannon
young
is
men
liberal
of,
pilled on AI.
Hispanic, black,
Undermining
white
trust.
right now, They're getting more and more, either some to the left, but a lot to the right. These people are much more nationalistic, and we're going to get to what I say, if you don't address this now with policies that can work for working class people, you're going to go for, because our movement right now is more populist than nationalist. It's going to get to be more nationalist. And after that, you're going to become ultra-nationalist. And when I say ultra-nationalist, that means foreign capital out, foreigners out. It's going to be tough, so we've got to solve these problems today.
And I think when you said this a year ago, like you've got a choice between Steve Bannon and Luigi Mangione. I think people were kind of like pretty freaked out. There is a lot.
They didn't know which one to choose. Right?
This is interesting. He's warning against the people to his further right that are going to be ultra-nationalist against the interests of globo homo capital. Interesting. Okay. He's sort of like vilifying them, enticing like how dangerous they are. You guys need to beware.
I think people in Washington right now are much less worried that that's going to be the choice, and I wonder. And you say you think Republicans are gonna take the House. That's a very if you bet on that on Cal Shear politics,
hold
you're
it.
When you
say that, look at John Cornyn. John Cornyn spent $80 million to $100 million, the same old playbook to destroy Ken Paxton. We went down to Texas with Gert Wilders and Glenn Beck in January. We had a proposition on the ballot. We put a proposition on to galvanize people. That was to prohibit Sharia law in the state of Texas. Also to have that's funny.
Is that funny? Is that okay?
Okay, fine.
Huh?
You're going to see how funny it is.
Yeah, you're going to see how funny Sharia law
in Texas, and we're going to shut down
but
a
like,
lot
how
of this
about
nonsense that's going on. The next thing we're going to shut down is H-1B visas.
Kashatra law. Huh?
People in the United
Texas,
States, citizens of this country, are not prepared to have this.
I bet he didn't.
You may think it's funny. Folks in Texas don't think it's funny. Folks in South Carolina don't think it's funny.
Look at these
and
globalist
this is that
elites
seething
laughing.
anger right below the surface. Because the global elites, you sit there and mock these people like they don't count, like African Americans don't count, working class Hispanics don't count, working class whites don't count. That is the backbone of this country.
How he just
and trust me, that is a latent political power that is being turned into a political power. So no, we're going to ban Sharia law in this country. We've already designated in Texas the Muslim Brotherhood and CARE as terrorist organizations, as has many in the Gulf Emirates. So no, this is very serious. We got 2 million votes on that proposition and galvanized the Paxton team to actually now lead, I think, Cornyn by 8% with no money. Cornyn spent $80 to $100 million. Lindsey Graham, right now, the globalist, is under 50% in South Carolina. So the populist movement, when you look at really victories we can have, is more powerful than ever, and it's only going to get more powerful over time. So laugh all you want, but he who laughs last laughs best. And the people in this country are not going to tolerate what you stand for. You stand for the destruction of this country, the sovereignty of this nation, and you look for the destruction of American citizens. The system that is going to come in place is not simply America first. It's American citizens first. American citizens have to have a better deal than any foreigners here. They have to have a better deal than any illegal alien. And that day is
biochip all U.S. citizens.
I think a lot of your fights have been inside the right, the ones that you're talking about the Texas primary. But you also have some sort of, I think, are building some unusual coalitions. And I'm specifically thinking about AI.
I'm so tent-pilled. I'm so tempted up.
What are you kind of hearing and feeling from the base about artificial intelligence and about the big AI companies?
The American people have turned off about it. Look what happened in New Mexico. Well, first off, you talk about populism. Look at what's happened in the trial yesterday with Live Nation. First time in 45 years at a jury trial, the little guy stood up and said, "Your illegal monopoly have to be broken up." Look what happened in New Mexico with Meta.
This is
a 4 or 5 week trial that took an hour.
Steve Bannon, I remember.
Where the little guy gets a voice.
Thank God we didn't see the shit in his pants, Bannon.
He votes against everything you guys stand for, and particularly these out of control AI companies. Right now, we stopped the amnesty bill, preemption, in the big beautiful bill. We stopped it again in the NDAA, the must pass. The White House came out with their framework. I think that's already shattered. David Sachs essentially relieved for cause for not delivering. And this is a coalition of the left and the right. And quite frankly, the right is now just starting to stand, not the leaders of the right, but people in these states. Ron DeSantis, very smart person, yesterday said, "I'm calling a special session to bring people back to essentially decelerate artificial intelligence. They can't use the excuse we've had a Sputnik moment against the Chinese Communist Party.
Decelerate artificial intelligence.
We cut the chips off. I don't care what NVIDIA wants to do.
Just to go back, why are people upset about AI?
Because first off, the damage it's doing to kids, what it's doing to the country, what it's doing to jobs, but most importantly, it's like mythos. When we had nuclear power, right? You remember from the Oppenheimer movie, you had the Atomic Energy Commission. You had some sort of at least modicum of a regulatory apparatus. These oligarchs want absolutely no control. They are radical accelerationists. And we know now from mythos that they're the first guys to say, hey, look, this thing is out of control. We can't even put it out. So we have to have controls of artificial intelligence. We cannot just be accelerationists. And that means some modicum of regulatory control. Right now in this city, they are plotting with Speaker Johnson to, I think, since they've lost 3 times, to take a preemption bill that preempts all state regulations and to put it in a must-pass legislation. I think they're going to try to do it in reconciliation and try to do the Save America Act. So say to the right, you guys want to make sure that there's no more way to cheat. You're going to have to take AI. That's not going to work. AI behind the scenes with the populist right is, I think, actually right next to immigration, our top issue. And people are galvanized by this. And you can see DeSantis, as smart as he is,
I think the populist right is actually a huge fan of AI because of how much they can use it to just lie and justify grievances against minorities. So this is just a blatant lie. He's just trying to appease,
back for a special session to deal with it.
Do you think in Anthropic's conflict with the Department of War, do you think Anthropic had it right?
I think Anthropic had it right. I think Anthropic, it's very, very complicated. I really respect Pete Hegseth. We were the leaders in getting Pete confirmed our show. I have tremendous respect for them over there. But I think in this situation, right, it's almost too dangerous. And I think we have to then have it coming together about it. That's why you need a sort of atomic energy commission. You need some sort of modicum of regulatory, not just about the kids, the chat GPTs and the suicides. That's bad enough. It's terrible. Not just about our copyright holders paid for. But the central thing is what is happening in the weapons lab with AI. We have no earthly idea. Mythos Review just gets dropped on you. You have no earthly idea what's going on. We can't do that. And we cannot particularly turn it over to Elon Musk and Meta. And you saw what a jury, when a jury had a shot at Zuckerberg, you saw what they did. That's only going to get worse. We have to come together and figure this out. And you can't jam people by putting it into a must-pass.
We're almost out of time, but a final question. Is J.D. Vance heir to the MAGA movement? Is he the heir apparent?
No.
I don't think MAGA has President Trump. And as you know, I'm a huge advocate of President Trump's 3rd term. So right now, I think...
You're not just saying that to mess with J.D.?
No, not at all.
This guy is so calloused and insane. Steve Bannon proposes something and supports something blatantly unconstitutional, something that was implemented in the Constitution to prevent FDR from winning a 4th fucking term. And this guy is, oh, are you sure you're not holding that position just to spite J.D. Vance? There's no one more spiteful and interested in trying to demean you than a fucking globalist liberal.
Are there anyone in the room who would not vote for President Trump and what he's trying to do with this economy? President Trump is...
I can't imagine, but we're out of time, so we'll have to pick that up.
That was it!
Thank you, Steve.
That was it! They only gave him 15 minutes! Oh my god, this is my enlightened populist... Oh, no. Oh, brutal. And they just laughed him off. Here, go help your friends. Go. Save yourself! You fucking... There we go. Okay. And then if I do something like this, we all get bonus armor, and then we destroy their villages and their women and their children. Sounds good? Okay, I had other stuff that I wanted to watch. That was it! I guess that was the extent of our politics today. Oh, hold on, actually. Let's see if we can find something on Twitter. Where's that fucking, where's that watch this clip? Because I need a watch this. Watch this hutch. We need this will be the extent of our political coverage for this stream. Let's take a look. What does Hutch need us to
Online
watch?
leftists have never felt this level of
minutes.
discomfort before in their lives, and they don't.
What is this level of discomfort? What are you referring to? What does this level of discomfort mean other than you're just woke and you're woker than the left because the left is privileged? Something like that, right? That's right. This is a no Hutch hate. We're constructively critiquing is what we're doing. What makes online leftists uncomfortable, ma'am? Is it the fact that America is funding a genocide? Could it be that our climate is collapsing and it feels like nobody in power has any interest to do or preserve much at all of it? And all of the virtue signals that we got in terms of renovating it for the better were pointless bullshit meant to just waste time. And no, not that. It wasn't. It's not that. Oh, kind of odd. Oh, I gotta build a castle first, don't I? Yeah, I do. You are going to build food. Oh no, there's a mine here that needs to be built. I wonder why leftists might be feeling uncomfortable. Maybe we'll find out what she's referring to. Otherwise, it's just going... Because obviously, this is directed for liberals by liberals. It's not actually to leftists.
The problem is, online leftists have never felt this level of discomfort before in their lives.
But I'm black, and I've felt discomfort before, and I can tell you that it's completely unjustified what you're feeling. You're just making it up, and you're actually schizophrenic.
And they don't know what to do with these big feelings when it comes to politics.
You have such big feelings about politics. Ooh, you hate the genocide? Ooh, you hate genocide? You anti-Semite. Sorry. I actually don't. Is it better to do a racist Chinese accent for a black woman than it is to do an Ebonics accent? All right. I don't care. I'm done. This is like the most like meaningless slop bullshit in my life, and I'm gonna not take it seriously. That's what you guys
because a lot of these online leftists only started voting in 2016. Their boy Bernie.
Online leftists only started voting in 2016. Is that because they're young, or is it because they're politically disengaged, or maybe a mixture of both? Were any of these online leftists a part of Occupy Wall Street, mayhaps? Is that ever the case? Did that ever cross your mind? These online leftists?
Bernie did not win, and so clearly the entire system was broken. Mind you, Bernie.
Yes, the entire system is broken. Yes. And like, okay, for you to say, oh, these people think that the entire system is broken as a means of discounting, hey, we should make some significant changes to the incentives and how American politicians respond to the needs of Americans is okay. Well, you're just brain broken and insane. You got a lot of big feelings.
Bernie Sanders wasn't a good candidate.
Okay, so let's see if she can explain to us where's the harm that these online leftists are causing with their big feelings. Is it that they're just like annoying online to you? Are they annoying to you in person? I mean, yeah, those are the worst ones. But online, that's kind of like, is that not the expectation?
He thought he could win on class warfare. Turns out he cannot.
It's almost like that's exactly what Marx said. It's almost that's exactly what Marx said in his critique of the political economy.
Because that was their first election, they think it was broken. My first election was Bush v. Gore. Imagine.
Because that was their first election, they think the system is broken. My first election was Bush v. Gore, an election that was stolen from me. And I don't think that the system is broken. I'm not like one of you triggered, sheltered white boys, I guess is her implication, actually.
How I feel. Imagine what life
Imagine
could have
how
been
I feel.
had the courts.
You guys think that the system is broken. I've been knowing the system is broken, and you guys are brain broken, I guess.
Not decided the 2000 election. But we didn't stop engaging in the political discourse and trying to throw the entire party away. We just needed to be better. We needed to find ways for incremental change.
Find ways for incremental change. Okay, but like this is a matter of degrees. You're not distinguishing between degrees of implementation that the leftists propose. Means testing is a bullshit like virtue signal for liberals. I'm so sorry. Like everything has been done already. If you just need to find more data points on whether or not something is right or wrong, like supporting genocide, then you got to check yourself. But like, there is an odd relationship between black people in America and like the Palestinian cause, where they do genuinely feel upset that the Palestinian cause is getting so much attention when black people are still not, or when black people in America are still under the pressures of systemic racism. They've been excluded from capitalism for well over 80 years of American history. We could say 150 years of American history, they were excluded from the accumulation of capital. And now, oh, everybody's upset about some Arabs like dying overseas. The American nationalist movement is going to be on the backs of, it's going to be on the back of Hoteps. It's going to be on the back of, oh, what are they called? ADOS. African descendants of slaves. People who are proud to be American and proud to be black and are not interested. They've been brainwashed into thinking that all the Black Panther movements were violent, disgusting, unprincipled, because they're going to get sane washed away with new performances of unprincipled Black Panthers who were basically just Marxist-Leninists.
Their love for Bernie Sanders and him not winning and them not actually doing any kind of reflection on each other.
They have not done any reflection on each other. Girl, you need them to not do a reflection on each other. You need them to do that, because otherwise your entire thing kind of goes out the window. You're a shill, is what I'm saying. And this one, and then I think I'm gonna need another farm. I'm supply capped.
Is that they feel
Please
like if
build
they
more
just
pylons.
are radical enough, people will come around. You're trying to revolutionize
If you're radical
a country.
enough, people will come around. No, the idea of being radical enough is that you push the boundaries of the Overton window in such a way that you allow for actual positive change. The positive incremental change.
That still has lynchings.
Wait, what?
How quickly do you think
Yes.
people will come around? You're trying to revolutionize a country that still has lynchings.
Is that not a good reason to revolutionize the country? I'm sorry, what? How is it that because America still has lynchings and is still racist, that is not a good reason for a revolution? Like, what?
How quickly do you think America will turn to your cause?
Good point. Good point. How quickly do you think America will turn to your cause? That's a very good point. A lot of the tone policing from the left is very intolerant. It's very sort of like centralized and pure. But like the moment that you stop being that leftist, to these people, you're still the old leftist you were, and intolerant, and secretly you're just like hiding your shit. Why do all of these videos have someone preparing food? That's a good... Okay, that's actually a good question. Hi Thoris, hi Cernos, hi Only Pussies Mute, hi Dish. Pleasure to see you guys on the Saturday. Actually, it is a sort of interesting thing, because I think a lot of people in America, not just... Like, I do this certainly. I will watch content while... I'll watch content while cooking, like while making salad, while searing meat, stuff like this. I will watch videos, but if you're a content creator, it kind of makes sense to record it instead of like watching the content, because you don't really watch content, I guess, in the same way. But I guess the other thing is that food is meant to be a signal to bring people together, right? It's a great opportunity to have a discussion, to sit down with people you like, maybe you don't like, and hash out your differences. That's sort of the signal. We're coming together when I'm preparing food. When a black woman serves you salad and okra, are you really gonna say she's a deranged shill occupied by the liberal Zionist establishment, and she's the foot soldier for white supremacy? You're crazy. You're insane. Why would you ever say that? Yeah, that or driving. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. The crazy thing is that 50 years ago, if you would have told a psychologist that you actively hear voices for 8 to 10 hours of the day because you've got your headphones in, listening to like a podcast or like your favorite streamer, your show, your favorite VOD, they're gonna call you schizophrenic. But that's sort of just the state that people need to be in order to survive under the modern mutation of consumer capitalism, which is the cognitive capitalism. Damn, my tower almost died. I'll crush that watermelon, and then I'll no violence against black women. No violence against black women in this chat. Thank you very much. Disavowing these sorts of things. She is probably part of the network state. And like, the thing is, bro, I made this joke in the Discord like recently. The real like issue at hand is the idea of black excellence. That black people are racist, but not against other black people. They're racist against the fellas. The fellas who are ruining the image of black people. They're really just fellowing out, I think is the PC term, right? They're fellowing out. Look, I don't mind a little bit of racism. I think people should be honest about racism. If you're going to be anti-racist, that does involve you seeing particular people having experiences based on their skin color. And it's like, yes, race is a real thing, because that is unfortunately what we have defined marginalized communities by. Like, if you are no longer the same person you are if you're not a minority. And that's just how it works.
America's 250
and, like,
years
taking that
old,
away from
and
them later
60
on
years ago,
because you're woke.
They finally gave black people the ability to vote, but you guys can't even win on the local level. Why do you think anyone's
Who can't even win on the local? Who's gonna? Y'all can't win on the local level. Who is saying this? Who is saying this? Surely, she's not talking about the long tenure of Bernie Sanders in Senate. Surely she's not talking about the recent pickups like AOC, Ilhan Omar Fatah, who's gone now, Plattner, Talrico. She's not referring to these people. These aren't the real leftists. Because the real leftists are insufferable assholes. Was mayor of Burlington, Vermont for a couple of years. Yeah, like, there's no leftist at local level. Okay. It's literally, oh my God, whatever. We're continuing.
No
Maybe
presence
she'll have something else to say.
Meanwhile,
she's got a shirt that says George Bush should be sued.
That even though
this woman is like, me and leftists are not the same. You want the streets to run red with bourgeois blood. I want somebody to sue. I want somebody to sue George W. Bush for lying to the American public. We are not the same. We're totally different. And, if a jury of Bush's peers comes to find out that actually he didn't commit any crimes, I would be fine with that. I'd be chill with that. I wouldn't think the system is broken, but I've already thought the system is broken for so long. And these whiny leftists are like kind of just annoying me with how ambitious they are.
you don't agree with a bunch of Democrats,
you don't agree with a bunch of Democrats.
Republicans don't give a shit about this country. You would rather throw the entire place away in lieu of your interests. Step one.
Why is there Claire de Lune playing over this video? What? Wait, chat, did any of you notice that before? Claire de Lune playing. Oh no. They can't keep getting away with it. This is just lib slop for libs. Sadly. Okay, if my builder dies, if my hero dies, hello? Oh, that's just AoE damage. Oh, I've got 2 builders actually. Hold on. I'm actually gaming so hard right now. We need to do a little fixie fix. We'll put a tower here. Is there any mines? Did I miss one? Any miners?
Democrats into office because you want Democrats to promise the world prior to them even having the ability to see who their colleagues are in order to enact the change you want to see.
Wait, is that too much to ask? Wait, is that genuinely like too much to ask? Is that not the modus operandi of just capitalism period? Overpromise, underdeliver? And you're like, actually they should underpromise and overdeliver. That's the way that we get them voting. Okay, but the actual practical way that has played out is underpromise, underdeliver. Honey, 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 honey,
You are making politicians swear up and down that they won't do a thing.
Like support genocide. Like support genocide. The thing that you're talking about is enabling and abetting genocide. That is it.
It's going to be in Congress. Because there are people.
Under-promising and over-delivering is the best way to lose every election? Well, I guess it depends on what you're over-delivering. If you're over-delivering bullshit, then sure. But if it's, you know, Mamdani kind of like over-deliver... Like if Mamdani took the exact same campaign as whatever, who is fucking... Oh, as Cuomo, and did all the policies that he's currently doing that he promised, would he be more electable? I don't think so. Yeah, the media will probably just call you a radical that, like, was mask on. Actually, that's a good point. The media will just call you a radical that was mask on and deceive the voters into... Yeah, I mean, but it really does go both ways. You can't, like... You can't have it, unfortunately. Are you building this? You can't have it both ways. You're gonna get shit for being too radical either. Can't progressives just vote over Trump bad? Primarily progressives did vote for Kamala. Like, looking at the polling, Kamala's major constituency was the far left. And people who are like, the protest voters were at fault. No, I have not been able to see a single county where protest voters had any outcome determinative effect. Holy fuck, why are you just dying like this? It's not worth your life. Oh, you need to... No, please. Please run. Please run. Stop getting hit. Stop going back, you fucking animal. You... I can't.
That will elect one party for the presidency and the other party for the Congress, so there's some level of balance. I think it's asinine.
Wait,
and
what?
so when I see people demand, so there's some level of balance. I won't do a thing as president when you don't know who the fuck's going to be in Congress.
Wait, but like, you kind of do know who's going to be in Congress because there's people who were formerly in Congress and are trying to go back or are still in Congress. You know their voting records, you know their public statements on genocide. By the way, for whatever reason, these liberal Zionists don't even want to mention why Americans are upset with funding a genocide. They just don't want to even say the word genocide. They can't even call it ethnic cleansing anymore, which is the wildest thing. They can't even call it ethnic cleansing, even though that's exactly what they believe. You're gonna start mining that. Can you help your king? Because my king does not regen. That's not how electoral politics works anymore. Congress runs on national campaigns. That is true. I think it was on a former stream or in the Discord. I was looking at a Substack poll saying that formerly there was a lot more variety in the positions that candidates took regarding their support for particular issues. It was a lot less homogenous than it is now, and most congressional candidates just pick up essentially the national party platform. They don't try and distinguish themselves too much at all.
Because there are people that will elect one party for the presidency and the other party for the...
There are people who will elect one party for the presidency and one other party for Congress for the sake of balance. Are these people the leftists you're talking about?
Congress, so there's some level of balance. I think it's asinine.
Fuck.
And so when I see people demanding politicians do X, Y, and Z before they can even get in the front door, hating outside the club, but you can't even get in as bitches, you're not doing yourself any favors, because a lot of you in different comment sections of my videos and my mutuals videos understand privately that Republicans don't give a shit about this country. So you're pointing on your ire at Democrats. If you want Democrats to
they're pointing their ire at the Democrats because they're the only ones where you think that that criticism of them is going to do anything.
And stack the Supreme Court. None of this shit's going to change. Step one to doing all of those things, getting Democrats in office. You can catch a lot more flies with honey than vinegar. You out here actively shitting on the people.
That's a good metaphor. I like that. You can catch a whole lot more flies with honey than metaphor.
Help from, that's on you. In conclusion, before I fuck this meal up, because this sandwich looks delicious, just keep in mind, since 2024, the major election nights that we've had in this country, Democrats have overperformed. And rare did one of them come out say they were a socialist Democrat.
Rare, okay. Okay, but she made the case that she implied the case that the Socialist Democrats are ones that are attempting to split Congress to make it more ineffectual. What?
Only caring about capitalism. They didn't have...
What? Only cares about capitalism? No, they care about trans people too.
Come out and say they were a socialist Democrat. Only caring about capitalism.
Only caring about capitalism. Okay, but the Democratic internal polling says that an anti-oligarchy, anti-accumulation stance is incredibly popular.
They didn't have to. Because the majority of Americans and common sense voters understand.
Common sense voters. No, the dog whistles. They can't keep getting away with it. They can't keep getting away with these dog whistles. No. These common sense voters. Y'all just not thinking commonly. I'm a common sense lady. Don't you see my George W. Bush virtue signaling shirt? Must be sued. I'm so virtuous. I'm so politically engaged. Y'all are not even with it. My fucking God.
The Republicans really screwed us.
Maybe a little bit of
maybe a little bit of
hate.
And in order to stop the bleeding, we have to at least get Republicans out.
Yes. Yeah. But does that mean that you're immune to criticism or trying to move the party into a direction outside of funding Israel's genocide? Because that's kind of what it seems like your main thing is, but you just don't want to say it. She doesn't want to mention Israel. She doesn't want to mention genocide. She's just oh, these people just have a problem with capitalism. Why are none of these people DSA? None of these DSA cells. It is curious though. Why are black people more establishment? Because there's a very real phenomenon that black people feel like they have a precarious place in society and will need to cling to it by any means in order to... Thank you for the follow, by the way, Thorns. Black people feel they've been marginalized for so long that they're excited to grasp and hold on to any semblance of power, any involvement into the broader power structure, despite Reconstruction being a failure and racism still being rampant, which is pretty much why like Kamala lost. It wasn't the leftist virtue signalers and purity checkers. It was people like not fucking with Kamala, not fucking with the Democrats lying about how mentally competent Joe Biden was. Not lying about how much Hillary Clinton fucked over Bernie Sanders, who was actually very popular among the right wing. Yep. L-centrist liberals.
Crazy, the more we compare and contrast.
The more y'all talk crazy. Israel is doing a genocide and we don't like that. Oh, that's crazy. Why would you say crazy things like that? Don't you know Israel's our greatest ally? By the way, like the funny thing is that within the black community, she's exclusively talking to white people as a black person, because in the liberal hierarchy, a black woman at the bottom of the social rung has the highest virtue signaling power available. And what is she using that to? To minimize the experiences of black people who believe that they're actually the real Jews.
Versus the things that are coming out of your mouth, the less you will be needed. So me personally,
the less you will be needed, the more you criticize the system, the less likely you're going to have friends and family.
People that want to throw away the whole system. In a two-party system in America, that's how it's going to go. So y'all can keep on keeping on.
Okay, so abolish the two-party system? That's what you're saying?
Democrats in office at all levels of government, and then tell them, hey,
total one-party state. Liberal Democrats unironically advocating for a total one-party state. Based? Based? Just because you have, and by the way, China is proof of this. Just because you have a one-party state doesn't mean politics stops or ceases to function. Not at all. In fact, it continues. You're not just going to get rid of politics by abolishing all other organizing bodies, political bodies, and constraining them to the internal ideological framework. No, that's not. Where do I need to go? I guess this way? Here? What's the friction between African Americans and black immigrants? There are like a sect of mostly black men who in like most of the insecurity that young men of today have, believe that somehow like African men are more pure and they've been ruined in their collaboration and submission to the white man in America, and they need to go back and reclaim their purity, and that Africans like actually hate them because they were slaves or something like that, when that's like really not the case at all. For some reason, it's generally targeted against people from like the Ivory Coast. Let's get more of these. More farms. We're building our military-industrial complex. Yippee! Our Lego military-industrial complex. Isn't this game awesome? It's just awesome.
That did not work out. A lot of stuff
that we need to change. It did not work out.
If we have the numbers to change them, yeah, they're probably gonna fucking do it, dog. Because most policies on the Democratic side are good policies for America. Or you can ignore
Nettie, if you're on YouTube, do me a favor and like the stream, please.
In this video, and just make your own party.
Just make your own party. We already have the DSA.
You want us to vote for and prove to us, get them to earn our vote. Give us your candidates and let us know why we should vote for them. Because you can't tell
give the Democrats your candidates and convince us to vote for them, but the Democrats will have their own candidates that I have sworn fealty to because I'm a house fella.
Okay, with a two-party system, that every Democrat you're going to put up is probably terrible. And shit on them before they even announce they're running in 2028.
Terrible? Okay, but like which of these Democrats are being shown to not be terrible, huh? Is it the ones that are critical of Israel and the genocide that they're committing? Is it the Democrats who are critical of AI and oligarchy? Is it the Democrats who are criticizing Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu for being a fascist dictator and the broad popular consensus in Israel for the ethnic cleansing of Arab populations?
Propping up candidates that you give a shit about, that you think we should give a shit about. Because if you want to play in this two-party system, you need to advocate for who the fuck you want as opposed to shitting on the people you don't.
You need to advocate for the people you want. By the way, when you like the stream, you are doing exactly what this nice liberal, certainly not a techno-feudal mouthpiece for the global homo is telling you to do by promoting me in the market of attention. Let's make YouTube great again, everybody. We're gonna make America awesome. We're gonna put Americans first. We're gonna put American citizens first. We're gonna put black people and white people first, and we'll think about the like Native Americans and their reservations. I think at some point we'll probably fuck them over again. It's just like a national tradition.
Okay,
like,
all right. You guys have a good one.
Okay, all right. You guys have a good one. Thank you so much. I appreciate your kind words, ma'am. Invaluable. Thank you, Hutch. This was so substantive. Great job, Hutch. Can you this game has some of the worst pathfinding ever. How many do I have? How many have I collected? And collect the scroll. Where's the scroll? Is it not in the center of the map where I had formerly died? And lost my entire army? In Montana, there's an independent senator. There's an independent Senate candidate named Seth Bodnar. He's a Green Beret and was president of the University of Montana. I'm not sure how it is everywhere else, but every time I've gone to his events and town halls, everyone loved him. Now, to be fair, he's definitely more moderate, but it's definitely possible to be left-wing and not rely on the Dems. Certainly. Oh, I need the king to do it. Find the king. Yeah, I'll get the king. Look, he survived. I preserved his feeble little life. Go here. What the fuck? No, I think it is entirely possible to be left-wing. The unfortunate thing is that in order to be politically effective and electorally competitive, you do have to take nationalism at face value. Must escape with the scroll. Oh, we're gonna escape together. You do need to essentially do like a nation-state realism. You do need to do a sort of capitalist realism. You do need to take the black pill in order to be politically effective. Oh. Kill him. Take their skeleton wives, their skeleton children too. And kill the skeleton medical teams that try and save them. And then kill... Please don't. Holy... Save yourself. Okay, armor. These skeletons are actually going to try and kill this run. I don't want to do this again. I don't want to do this again. Like, the thing is, like, I think the, like, what you're describing is true. And I think it's exemplified by how discordant it feels to online leftists to see right-wing institutions like strong towns advocate for better walkable cities, because the fact is, like, there is a socioeconomic inequality aspect to making walkable towns, but it doesn't have to be a right-wing exclusive thing. I took the pink pill instead of the black pill on accident. Congratulations. Wait, does that mean that you're like M to F? And then, like, the blue pill would be... No, the blue pill is just, like, the Democrat pill, right? There's so many pills to take in the morning. I'm sure, like, my chat has so many pills that they need to take on a daily basis. They're just so mentally ill. Full unit cap? Oh, this is like a cheat, I think. We're finishing the story. Okay, that was awesome. I love Hutch. You know... We're stopping all Hutch hate. Pure Hutch glazing. We love Hutch. We love what he's doing politically, and he's going to be very successful. We love the criticism of Marxism. There's just really like nothing better than it, because every criticism is made equal. Where's the the watch later. Here we go. I'm out of political content for today. We're done with maybe we're not done with political content. Hold on. I got a small playlist maybe we will see a new party. I think, unfortunately, new parties take money, and the only person who's even suggesting the idea of building a new party is, unfortunately, Elon Musk. The America Party. Oh, he's so America. Elon Musk loves America. He loves sending his wiener into space. He loves doing space communism. These archers are so bad. Alright. Prostrate yourselves. Gird your loins. Men. Men, women, children, gird your loins. Alright. This is, I promise, this is probably the very last. Ooh, wait, hold up. What is this? Good work. Why is oil such a big thing? Yeah, this is a react stream. Chat, if you came here for the usual esoteric ranting and ravings, you're going to be disappointed. Just click away now. You're probably not going to find anything too substantive here. You're not going to find anything new, no new criticisms. Unless you like the stream, then I might consider saying something substantive. And if enough people like the stream, then I may put on my suit. I almost registered for the Green Party or something like that, but I couldn't vote for president. Yeah. I wish that the Green Party in America was more feasible, because I actually know quite a people who... Cernos, have you watched this video? I know quite a few people who have formerly been interested in the Green Party, like, up until, like, 2016. And then voted like Donald Trump because, you know, they're just sick of, like, the bureaucratic Marxocrats ruining America and yada, yada, yada. And the hope for a feasible political alternative is very much so. Oh, you have watched this? Okay, I have yet to watch this. I'm very excited. I'm thinking that we're going to go through the regular like Tesla shit. Maybe we should do like a checklist or something, like a board or something. Maybe okay. So this is what I think his criticisms are going to be. The handling on the Tesla is not great. It's a mobile surveillance device. Your fingers can get chopped off closing any hinge, and the battery life is not that great. Is that what I think? That's what it's going to be. That's my prediction. Let's see if I'm right. We're going to find out together. Okay? We're done shitting on liberals. We're going to go back to shitting on liberals.
2025 Tesla.
Sorry, we're done shitting on liberals. We're going to go shit on progressives because this is the bullshit that progressives think is like hot
I drive
and cool.
a Tesla Cybertruck. I wear an Omega Speedmaster and an Apple Watch while I humble brag to my therapist with whom I am making no progress. Come talk to me. I will say lock in, grind, positioning, leverage, LinkedIn. I literally say LinkedIn. I drive a Tesla Cybertruck.
I'm so
I
LinkedIn.
go to the SEPTA Regional Rail Station in Ambler, Pennsylvania, stand on the platform with the other commuters and say, another day, another dollar. Am I right? And then I don't get on the train. I drive my Tesla Cybertruck to Pfizer Pharmaceuticals, where I am paid my consulting rate of $8,000.
There's no Speedmaster.
Tony Robbins quote in front of a
No. See, like, okay, but the hate for the Speedmaster watch, it's coming out of a place of love. You got to understand that. What are my objectives on this thing? Build a lumber mill. Why the fuck? Do I like the Cybertruck? No, not really. My actual prescription for cars is very, very narrow. We should have fewer cars, and I think the cars should either be manual transmission or like fully self-driving. I think that there should be no in between. These automatic like cars, I think, were the sort of the foot in the door for AI slop. Is that tough to say? It's just another mechanism of an hypomenesis. That's all it is. Find a suitable place to build a bridge. All right, we can find a suitable place to build a bridge.
PowerPoint slideshow of AI photos of myself standing next to world leaders and business celebrities, including him. Someone in the back says, "Did you go to the island too?" And that person is promptly terminated. I leave Pfizer Pharmaceuticals. As I pass a janitor,
I like
say,
driving
"Another day,
manual.
another
It's
dollar."
nice.
Am I right? Now
We
I
should
go home to my open
slot
floor plan
boxes.
condo above a data
Yes.
center and next to an ice detection
You got
facility.
shit boxes
I spend my
and
nights
slot
spending real
boxes.
money to buy gold shields and guns on Marathon before I cap my evening beating off to the curb scene in American History X.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they probably do just like jack off to the curb stomping fucking scene. I have not watched that movie, but I'm familiar with the scene. I'm familiar with it. Yeah, it's not happening though. No. See, like the thing that you don't understand is you just need to accumulate enough capital to make your own car manufacturing brands that makes competitive manual transmission cars. That's all that needs to happen. Standards stuck? Yeah, they do. I understand that, but like, just take the bus, take the train. That's what, no, see, this is what I'm saying. I'm not saying that we should only have automatic cars. I'm saying we should only have either fully automatic cars or manual transmissions. Like, just hands off the wheel, full. I don't have to think about the gears. I don't have to think about the transition. I'm just in my little headspace, driving down the highway, la-dee-dee-dee-dee, listening to my camp music. That's the life. That's the dream.
Criticizing Cybertrucks is like scolding wealthy teenagers walking out of the Louis Vuitton store with 2 bags each. What are your words?
Because they don't have an appreciation for wealth and what the symbols of wealth actually are. Because this is like old money stereotypes that he's trying to leverage against new money people because they're techno-feudal and retarded and post-liberal.
Going to do. Those kids are covered in money armor. Any mistakes
Okay, but only pussies mute. You say fuck highways because you live in Montana. Like 80% of the state is flat, and then once you get off the highway into some of the gorgeous parts of Montana, it's like where was this energy? Where was this energy, huh?
Lawyers will solve. All wasted money is replenished by generational wealth. So who are you? You're nothing but a noise that will go away. Tesla Cybertruck. Brought to you by watching Tom Segura deliver a watertight 20-minute guest spot at Helium, deciding that you can do it too, going up for an open mic with a flipbook full of plagiarized Dan Soder material, and then getting booed off stage. But then out in a parking lot, you smile and say, I really got a reaction. Tesla Cybertruck.
I really triggered those liberals. But you're the liberal, brother.
Helldivers. There is no room for automotive journalism with Tesla anymore. I've watched a revolutionary automaker transform from a plucky underdog to an oppressive corpo jingoist within the span of only 10 years. The hair-plugged and TRT-injected owner bought Twitter, turned it into a bot and Russian provocateur cesspool, and then sucked up to a Morton Joe and was rewarded with his own government agency where he and his hangers-on can play pretend cops. Now he exists as a vitamin D deficient blob rambling into Rode microphones, unable to coherently answer even slow-pitched softball questions. The people surrounding him are equally devoid of moral compasses, driven only by opportunity and manipulation. Each of his advisors have IV needles buried deep into his spine, sucking what clout, marrow, and connections are left in his anterior pelvic tilted skeleton.
I mean, there are surveillance companies, what they are.
And for all we know, his last creation.
And they're like,
a rotten geometric slab.
They're literally
of
just a front to suck up
driven by people who, as children,
Green New Deal, Democrat money
right next to the teacher. Its stamped steel body panels do not have beveled edges. Maybe a non-union scab ran a
bingo, chat. That's a bingo square.
Edge to remove the burrs if any attempt was made at all. You see, these panel edges are about as sharp as a steak knife. Not enough to cleanly slice a tomato, but enough to tear your skin open if you grab them too hard. A fact that Cybertruck owners love. They smile sociopathically and
the
remark,
Slate truck.
It's a tough world.
I have not seen
I'm a
that.
tough guy.
It is a tough world. I'm a tough guy, and America's about to collapse into a techno-feudal, anarcho-violent state, just like Cyberpunk Edge Runners, my favorite anime, and I need to be prepared for that eventual reality where people will be throwing rocks at me for having a Israel sticker on my bumper. The Slate truck. I have not seen this. Oh. This looks like, wow, this makes me feel comfy. Because it has like the same shape language as like the old Ford trucks. Like the ones that are still kicking around, the one bench in front. This is a proper thing. Wow, I like this car. I don't know how it handles. I don't know anything else about it. Customizable EV? I mean, Teslas are also like quote unquote customizable. Reserve for $50. At any time, add and swap. I like we stand right to repair corporations. It's just a better like rentier model, honestly. Less waste. I mean, also the main like slate with an SUV kit. Ooh. Wow. And it's also smaller than most other trucks. Yeah, because this is like the Dodge or the Ram, like mega truck. This shit is not appropriate for most roads. This is cool. This looks like a American spin on that little Japanese truck. You guys know what I'm talking about? This looks like a car that you can drive down the road with your dog in the passenger seat. Doesn't it? We're doing the Wizard story next. Oh, I see. This is what they... Yeah, okay, so this is the Chevy Silverado. Ford Maverick's about the same size. And the 1985 Toyota is about the same size. Damn, they even got the the key truck. They even got the... This is a cool truck. I kind of like it. Like, how many cameras are on it? Because, I mean, most cars are probably going to have cameras at some point. Whether or not they're going to be surveillance devices like every Tesla, not sure. Personalization. Design mine. SUV. Fastback SUV. Ooh, these colors are nice. What in the fuck is this? This looks like the Californian, like, desert camping wet dream car. Yeah, the main problem with, like, electronic trucks and cars in America is that we really don't have the, like, power infrastructure, and we also don't have the charging stations necessary to really make this, like,
Cover
something
blocks
nice.
the rear window, and they'll be prouder. With a puffed out chest, they will cackle, "I am a shark. I never look back. I keep moving forward. You better look out." There's no storage in the doors.
We love sharks.
The owner had to 3D print his own cubbies.
Is not stock. Not stock. Nope. So if you buy this
But that's the beautiful thing. It's imperfect, and you need to build the DLC for your you need to build DLC for your damn car.
Yep. So they fall through. So these are 3D printed just as a cup, and then there's these little storage guys. Yep. So this is just
Yeah, stepping out of LA for more than like 30 miles, you're fucked.
Put there, but it's gonna flop. So a little bit more storage.
Were these something you bought?
Those I bought.
The turn signals are on the square wheel, which means they switch orientations during sharp turns. The accelerator has no finesse, patience, or tact. It shoots the 6,000-pound disaster forward like rich Redditors correcting people.
Yeah, at least that's...
Of course they would design the fucking gas pedal to be as fucking aggressive as possible, because this is a car for men.
Ooh, sorry. God damn it, this thing sucks.
Times are
They're
hard
both
for
groaning.
all of us under the table in 2026. Frozen water in airports, fake jobs on every hiring website, and
True.
the Gulf War's third installment is beginning. The Cybertruck is the perfect car for 2026. A perfect rolling representation of class division. The rich are covered in plate metal, high up and separated from the working and underclass. In their tanks, they're protected, ready to run over anybody that looks at them sideways or makes them feel bad. Get yours. Get money. Get paid. Screw the other guy. Be a man.
Associate yourself
Be
with
a man.
power, and you will benefit.
Associate
Get
yourself
enough
with power. I love
and
that.
you too
He's
can
doing his
openly palm slap a judge
Ben
in the face
Shapiro.
and hide behind a rampart of lawyers and nuisance litigation. Cybertruck, the perfect car for 2026. I'm reminded of
I don't know
another
where
car from a
north
past
of Sac
administration,
is.
The Hummer H2.
I'm a
The hoard-out
Midwesterner.
GMC Suburban made to look like Donald Rumsfeld's sex basement, driven by
My
new
soul
males
is
listening to
Midwestern. I
nu
don't
metal
understand these
and watching
words.
Fox News body counts from the religious and perpetual war on terror.
Wait,
The
Eon, you
Cybertruck
can't be
is a
for
modern
real.
Hummer
Is it
H2.
seriously because levers just cost more? And I mean, the entire fucking like car is like an intricate excuse to cut corners on necessary things while making you feel like you actually have a quality product. That would make sense.
Only it drives
The
worse.
buttons are
The worst
cheaper.
car I ever drove was the Oldsmobile Bravada. Its V6 was a circumcised V8 that delivered no discernible miles per gallon improvement. Go watch my video on the Oldsmobile Bravada. Doug DeMuro is in the comments. He said it was one of the best car reviews he ever watched.
Okay,
the
but
Bravada was
I
a
wanna
car
laugh
that
now.
performed every action with protest and sloth. The Bravada was a car that hated being a car, but the Cybertruck is a car that hates the human inside. The long A-pillar hides cars approaching from T intersections. The seats feel like Spirit Airline seats. The variable ratio drive-by-wire steering removes tactile sensations for the driver. Now let me explain. With a traditional rack, hydraulic,
Yeah, it's the tactile sensation of the manual transmission that is so pleasant. It's so nice. I can't. They're all too thick. You can't see through them. Well, King's Men. Okay, we just need to build like a big army and like roll it
electric,
through the
it
entire
doesn't
map.
matter.
We can do
There's
that.
an unbroken physical connection from the asphalt through the tires, the wheels, the tie rods, the steering rack, the steering shaft, the steering wheel, and finally your fingertips. You can feel the road surface change.
That's
and
a real
wet,
car.
The snow, the sleet, the gravel. You can feel if there's suddenly wet leaves on the ground. Any small variance, it's small, but remember, we as humans have
Samus can't
oversaturated
drive.
nerve
How the
endings
fuck
in
do you
our
grip?
fingertips, and all of this
How do you grip
information
the
is
steering
fuel
wheel with a
for our
cannon
brains
for an
as we
arm?
explore our world, either outside of a vehicle or within. But when that sense of touch is severed, driving
Yeah, okay, that little sequence there is actually really cool. Because this truck does make you feel like you're segregated away from the world. It does reify the liberal, like, mind-body hustle culture distinction.
comes outside of a vehicle or within. But when that sense of touch is severed, driving becomes distant, alien, muted. We will make the
Boring.
steering wheel vibrate so you know when you're veering out of your lane. First, that doesn't solve the problem of feeling the road, and second, that's just another example of big tech removing humanist automotive design and replacing it with slop. Tesla Cybertruck. When all your political machinations and scheming and pandering and ball fondling and yes manning is complete, and you're nestled behind 20-foot shrubs, titanium gates, private security,
Whoa.
dome-defeating automatic net guns and
Sorry.
lasers, snug in your 18,000 square foot minimalist sarcophagus, what's left to enjoy but other people's slop? Tesla Cybertruck, an empty shell of a vehicle for people who are empty shells. All right. There's
Empty
one
shells
feature
of
the Cybertruck
capital,
that
of
pierced
techno
my
capital.
hatred. The four-wheel steering. I like this. I liked it on the Honda Prelude SI. And I like
Say
it
one nice thing.
It solves
Liberals
the
can't say
problem
one
of the
nice thing
Cybertruck size and
about
maneuverability.
MAGA
That was it.
without
We're living in
collapsing.
strange times in 2026. And for a portion of our Yankee population, the survival plan is to stand next to whomever holds the wheel of our out-of-control ship of state. Stand next to whoever captain is there and nod and compliment their navigation, no matter if we're headed for rocks or icebergs. The logic is, if the ship stays upright, the captain may reward you with extra rations. And if the ship capsizes and you're clinging to the side of a lifeboat as 20 angry sailors look at you...
I don't have faith in the interior designers of the Cybertruck. I have absolutely no faith in them, but that lack of faith is placed in a very real design philosophy that they have or don't have, because people's perspectives are shaped just as much as by what they think as much as what they don't think about. And if they're not thinking about certain things, that is also going to show up in the design. It's not going to be something conscious that they're going to talk about in interviews or to glaze about, but it is going to be a real thing.
Hat, You can always say, actually, I was trying to talk some
And I think
sense
most
into
of
him."
it is
This
the
wheel,
consciousness
that's
is probably to
how small it
reify how
It's
how
like the
cool
width
and
of my
protected
hand.
you
It's
are
tiny.
and separate you
This
are from
panel
everybody
just
else
pulls away.
in America.
This doesn't match. But again, it's like,
Where are my bones?
this is just tech slop for people
One
who
more of
don't
the King's
care.
Men.
It's like no matter
3
how
more piles of
bad
bones?
or how much I make
Bro.
fun of this car, the people who want to align themselves with broligarchs won't care how bad it is.
Tesla Cybertruck, the automotive equivalent of a YouTube thumbnail. This is designed for engagement, and God help you if you get it. In general,
And rage
none
baiting.
of us should care what anybody thinks about our car choices, but you need to have an especially thick skin to own a Cybertruck, because a car like
Because
this
that's
is
why
a
you
billboard
buy
for
it.
its
You
driver,
buy the
and that
Cybertruck to
billboard is about
get
as flattering as an ad for
confrontations
Angus
with
beef at
triggered
FBG.
liberals.
It's funny. There's a Tesla right. There's a Cybertruck right behind me. Here he comes.
Oh, we're such
I don't roll
bros.
down the windows, but I'm still gonna flip them off.
You're getting the attention you ordered, but it's too hot to send back to the kitchen. Yeah, people are noticing you. But it's really just drivers elbowing their passengers and saying,
Look at this idiot.
Look at this asshole.
Yeah.
This is the official car of, this guy again. And I think it comes back to the material reality of what a Cybertruck is.
Marxist?
Contrasted with its function as a symbol of performative futurism. Because I'd rather not sugarcoat it. The Cybertruck is a luxury dumpster and completely
Are my units
demystifies
stronger?
the act of living.
Beat him, beat him, beat him.
Everything is
Fuck, he's not
bullshit
stronger.
and nothing matters? Cool. I'm barely a participant in my own life, so I need some other way to realize my existence. Let me buy this big, dumb, anti-humanist shitpost so I can be witnessed, acknowledged,
Hurrah.
and coddled by people who can't tell you the cost of anything on The Price is Right without looking at the audience first. Look, if I wanted to take part in an expensive, soul-crushing humiliation ritual, I'd pay for a blue check mark. I guess the best thing you can say about a Cybertruck is that its value has dropped so steeply that you don't really have to pay 6 figures anymore to get one. But why would you even want to pay 5 for this? For this? Mechanical function has played the Cybertruck throughout its brief history, but that's not really what's holding it back. The issue with the Cybertruck is that it's ideologically vacant, because trolling isn't an ideology. And maybe I can allow for the possibility that Elon truly did wanted to make a super truck for the masses. Yeah,
He did
well,
not.
This really isn't how you design one. Not for the masses. You design this for people whose lineage continues in spite of their personality rather than because of it.
Yes.
This has the counterfeit dignity of a man who
This
thinks
is the car for the people who buy a Ukrainian wife. What's my objective on this map?
gets an N-word pass
Locate
because his
graveyards
mother of
to
his
the south.
children is black. I spent 3 hours in this joke of a vehicle and I was tired of it after 15 minutes. I can't even say I didn't give it a chance. I wanted to see what all the fuss is about. Because reviewers that we know, other YouTubers that we know, and friends that I know respect this. And some even like this. And
who?
Maybe they
Names.
drove a better version than we got, but personally, I don't think if I ever drove something so openly contemptuous of drivers. I'm not even convinced this wants to transport people, much less construction materials. You need to scroll on the touchscreen to put it into gear. There was no feedback, and
I'm
if there
supply
was
capped.
any, I couldn't feel
Bruh.
it. Tesla Cybertruck. I wanted a work truck, but I also want people to know I don't flush when I use public toilets. Fine, numbers. It's faster than a 6,100-pound truck should be. And I would hope so, at least. It's got 600 horsepower and 525 pound-feet of torque. It's got truck proportions, but the soul of an investment banker on his fifth monster. You don't really coast in a Cybertruck, you doom scroll. Because it can
You
get sluggish if you
doom
aren't
scroll.
actively pushing it.
You
It's
doom
struggling
roll,
under the weight of
actually.
its own anxiety-inducing proportions.
No, there's so many details of this fucking car that are dog shit.
It's 223.7 inches long, and yes, that is 10 inches shorter than the Silverado EV and the F-150 Lightning, but all that mass is distributed awkwardly, like a misshapen toolbox, which would have been a good alternative name for this for a variety of reasons.
It looks like a tissue
the
box.
Cybertruck has earned its spot.
The Fridge
tying
Air
for number
logo.
one as
Awesome.
the worst car I've ever driven, and taking the first place as the worst truck I've ever driven. This is a truck in the same way falling down a flight of stairs is exercise. What? Was a lifted Cummins too on the nose? Was a Mercedes G-Wagon not bougie enough? Yes, it's disruptive. Yes,
it's
We're so
different,
industry
but not in
disruptive.
the positive market influencing way, not in a joyous way. It's disruptive
In
like
a joyous
load-bearing
way.
pillar
Oh,
in the
they
middle
want
of
their
a
market
grocery store
disruptions in a
aisle.
joyous
It's
way.
disruptive like
The
a man letting
liberal
his farts out after
complaining
he gets
about
on the
industry
bus.
and innovation
It's
wants
Fisher-Price
it done in
brutalism. It's an
joyously.
incubation chamber for human despair. It screams, we don't
Oh, I
want to
got
wait
more.
for the dystopia to come, so let's just make something that's already wearing its face. I thought futurism was supposed to be optimistic, but I don't see any optimism here.
Yeah,
I
they're
see
optimistic
grim, dark,
in
and
how
hate. I
good
see
life is going to be for
exploitation
them and how
cruelty.
not good
I
it's
see a
going to be
lack
for
of
everybody
remorse
else.
and a lack of empathy, and I guess that's fitting. Hope has a higher asking price in a world that normalizes bullshit like this. Now, a Tesla Model S driver can pry off the T on the back of the car and replace it with Audi rings or an Acura badge and hide like a xenomorph among sheep. A Model 3 or a Model X driver can at least throw on the bumper sticker that lets people know they bought it before we all knew Elon was nuttier than a truck stop glory hole. But a Cybertruck driver will buy this because Elon is crazy. They like seeing representation for oppositional defiant disorder. It makes them feel seen. You can play music through speakers on the outside of the car. The horn sounds like a glitch. Look at me. I am ruining everybody's day by being careless and loud. Like an upstairs neighbor with a downstairs sex life, I am driving an OSHA violation with a 72-month lease. Tesla Cybertruck. I wanted a truck, but I also want people to know I take calls on speakerphone in public. The Cybertruck is a three-dimensional rage comic with
He's
resale
not
value
crazy,
that's
he's
sinking faster than a
pathetic, but
bath
he is
bomb in a
drug
tub
addled
full of
though. Like you
ego
have to like
bathwater.
admit that.
And it's leaving all the musketeers holding the bag.
And crazy and
The bag
drug
just
addled.
fumbled, because I can think of no
Very
bigger waste
close.
of money from factory than this.
I like
I was
pathetic.
about to do a big
Better
history
example.
time segment, but what can I say about the Cybertruck that hasn't already been said about Franklin's Northwest Passage? A poorly planned shortcut to a poorly defined future that was riddled with delays and terrible visibility that left all the true believers worse off in the end. Except the Northwest Passage at least got a great Canadian folk song out of it. What great art even could? If the Cybertruck was an art project, it would be a blank piece of Bristol board with the words, "My dad is on the school board," and handed into the art teacher. And the art
My
teacher
mom
would
is
have
for
no
liberty.
choice but to give him an A. I don't care about the history of this truck. I don't care about its design and conception, and you shouldn't either. Because Tesla doesn't care about the history of this truck, and Tesla doesn't care about you. Tesla doesn't care about the customers. Its history is trying to pretend it never had one, that it came out as a fully formed market-disrupting rage bait, and not a rolling recall
don't kill my-
museum of
please don't.
panel gaps and loose trim pieces. Put me in a stainless
Kill.
steel bathroom
Kill.
stall in Terminal C at PHL with an iPad and a lease, and it's the same experience.
we did it.
Cybertruck has the same try-me energy as a military washout whose favorite pastime is threatening civilians. We've spent years asking for automakers
Like
to have
cops.
any original thought whatsoever when it came to design, so we should like this.
No,
and we
I
should
like
our
pathetic
principle because it
to
satisfies the
describe
demand for
Elon Musk
something
rather than
different,
crazy,
but we
because
challenge
crazy
automakers to be
has this
different.
sort of like double-edged sword of being out there, disruptive, because most people are like, oh, you know, I subconsciously feel crazy, but, you know, underneath I need to be normal, but I just need to hide that. And when somebody's like, oh, that person's crazy, they're letting that come out. Yeah, no, it's probably better to just like ignore somebody, or it's better to, yeah, call them pathetic, because that's what they are.
It was a challenge within the limits of practicality. Typically, cars adapt to the driver and to the shifting conditions of modern roads. But the Cybertruck demands that you be the one to adapt. Contort your body into this unforgiving cage. And I guess that's appealing for some, who feel like modern life has gotten away from the curated experiences intended to be received in a very specific way. Modern life does have a lot more customization than we realize, from what we watch to how we watch it, what we listen to, and how we engage with the products that
And what
fill
you
our
buy.
lives.
You've
And
got
that
so much
extends
freedom to
the
buy
cars we
things.
drive every
Isn't that
day.
awesome, chat?
The Cybertruck allows for customization, sure, but you're fitting yourself into its framework, not the other way around. Like few cars before.
What is this
the
car on the left? Holy moly, that's got soul.
Cybertruck
That's a
demands
cool.
the
That's a
depth of
cool
your
car.
Identity. You're no longer Paul, the heart surgeon from Scranton. You're Paul who drives a Cybertruck, and maybe not even Paul. You're
more than
a
Paul.
guy who drives a Cybertruck. That's who you are now. That's who people see if they're not too.
Well, that's
busy
because what you
rolling
want to
their
be.
eyes. And some people push back by steering into the skid. They'll throw on purple camo wrap,
put on ridiculous graphics to cover.
Oh,
up
those are the
flex
best
of
ones.
Because
I'm
volume is what
soon,
this truck offers.
soon.
It's
We're gonna get a Cybertruck wrapped in like anime hentai. It's gonna happen soon, chat. I promise. And it's not gonna be me that does it either. I think actually the thing that's going to destroy America permanently is going to be the Redditors that bought a My Hero Academia or what's that other fucking anime? My Hero Academia or Demon Slayer. It's gonna be people who bought like a shirt for their favorite anime, Demon Slayer, Konosuba, whatever the other fucking one was, and they're too lazy to go out and buy new ones. These people are going to be actually the death of America.
Speaker.
It's not the right wing.
Amplifier,
It's
hooked
those
up
people.
to a neglected toddler, and I could forgive it all if it were actually good, but it isn't. At best, it's thoroughly mid, and at worst, it's a car that hates having to let you participate. The Cybertruck is the older sibling heading to the mall, and Mom just told you he has to take you with him. This truck doesn't want you here, and I can feel that resentment.
Isn't that
poisoning
cool though?
whatever
Like I'm
experience is
driving
here that
I'm driving a
might be more
machine, a real machine, not
I
one of your
hate this
soy
truck
boy cars.
because of what it represents. But I also hate it because it sucks.
It does suck. People like it because of the opposition that they get for liking it. It's like American, like capitalist society is built on distinguishing yourself as from like the masses, distinguishing yourself as an individual with all these trinkets and signals that you're a different person, when if these objects are all that's replacing your personality and your ability to engage with other people, you're driving essentially a thing that is meant to rage bait people. It's not individualist. It was made by Japan. That's not the case that I'm making. I'm making the case that these people are lazy about their media consumption and even lazier about the shit that they're going to go out and wear in public, because they don't want to buy like a new shirt that doesn't have fucking Konosuba on it. Yeah, they are collectivists. They are evil. All right. Why is oil? Let's listen. We know it. Dan Toomey got the entire Unfuck America tour out here with him. Hey, Dan Toomey. It looks like New York is collapsing into socialism. You're on the ground. Can you give us a report on how oil is killing America? Is this just going to be like the book? What is it called? Like Oil Capitalism? Is this just going to be a by the way, that's a book that I want to read. It looks interesting.
Tastes yummy, but what happens when we can't get it anymore? Apparently nothing good.
It tastes
Fellas
yummy.
with microphones?
And oil prices
yeah, pretty
is
much
ramping up
everything
across
is
the globe.
everything
Oil
is based
prices are
on
absolutely
oil.
soaring. Worse than the fucking 1970s.
Gas is
Kyle
up almost
Kalinske.
$1 a gallon.
Oil shock.
Oil shock.
Oil. It's all
Oil
about
shock?
oil and energy.
They can cut
You know
off the
what
flow
other
of oil
shock?
and gas.
That could send oil to $200 a barrel or
Ass
crash the
shock.
entire system. Let's get into this.
Oh, horse
Terrifying
cock.
as always, boys.
Send
Thank
that
you.
ass
Yet there's one
straight
thing I'm confused
into
about.
shock.
I thought we were all trying to
bro.
get off oil as quick as possible. I mean, note my milk and call me lib, but I feel like all I've been hearing my whole life is clean energy this, solar panel that, the hummus. I mean, why
Hummus?
is oil still such a big deal?
Who even cares about oil? Why is our entire economy built on the extraction and burning of dinosaurs? It's so odd. It's so strange. Only pussies mute. You're exactly right. Just go to a fucking thrift store and get like a new decent shirt. It's not that serious. It's really not that expensive. Like, you paid fucking $30 for a graphic printed anime shirt. You can spend fucking $25 for just like a regular presentable shirt to go around outside and not embarrass your family with a fucking 6-year-old, 10-year-old anime fucking shirt.
I'm here at the Strait of Hormuz. I was simply
Live.
vacationing in my camo pontoon boat here when a local mackerel told me that about a fifth of the world's oil is transported through this gorgeous 104-mile-long passage between Iran, Oman, and the UAE. In case you haven't heard, my homeland, the United States, has recently launched Operation Not Sure What the Fuck the Plan Is, a finely tuned tactical mission
Operation
against Iran
Bomb
that wound
Them.
up closing this
Operation
maritime passage
Bomb Them more.
In the loss of over 400 million.
We got too many of these things
and
laying
counting.
around,
Now, for
and
some,
we're
oil
sure
might
as
seem
fuck
like a
not going to
more
be using it on
archaic source of
China.
energy. One less befitting the modern man and more the handlebar-mustached, bowler-hatted 1880s baron who writes business contracts in the blood of his son Ezekiel. But apparently oil is still hella relevant, and that's on science.
And
Now, when people talk about oil,
science.
they're generally talking about crude oil. And it's called crude for two reasons.
No, but they're talking about vegetable
One,
oil.
it will make tasteless jokes about Armenians. Two, it's extracted from deep underground where it's mixed up with lots of other
Is that a
shit.
Hassan
Once you
reference?
extract your crude, if you want to turn it into gasoline that makes your car go vroom,
I have
you gotta
not.
send it to a refinery where they turn it into fuel and
Is
also
it-
lots
does
of
he
other
just recommend
stuff
looks
that goes
maxing?
into
Is that the
asphalt,
show where he
plastic,
went on with,
kerosene,
like,
the lipstick I
being
wear when I'm
plants?
home alone, Vaseline, nylon, and much more. Also,
No,
usually
I need to
found
cross the
underground near
ocean.
oil is
Give me a
something
fucking
called
surf.
natural
Come here.
gas, which has lots of uses like heating buildings and making fertilizer. So natural gas and all of these various petroleum
pharmaceuticals.
products are often lumped into discussions of oil in general. And oil in general is intertwined as balls with the global economy.
Because
For the past
energy.
few decades, though, it's certainly felt like a lot of the Western world has been making a big push towards investing in alternative energy sources like solar and wind. This is because oil famously releases pollutants that hurt Mother Earth, and emissions of these pollutants continue to rise each year. Yet today, even after all of those green energy conferences that I flew my Hummer-branded PJ to, more than half of the world's energy still comes from oil and natural gas. Which means that if there were perhaps a shakeup in the flow and supply of oil because of a conflict in a crucial shipping passage that also
Donald
happens
Trump is
to
the
be
first
ideal for
degrowth
extreme
president, by
camo
the way.
pontooning,
This is the real,
I imagine it'd be a pretty big deal.
Truth pill.
This is the largest oil shock in terms of supply in the history of the oil industry.
Ruh-roh.
What we are currently experiencing is a fundamental loss of flow through the Strait of Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz, the single greatest
She's just not
choke point
flowing.
for the
It's her
global
time of
oil
the month,
industry,
but she's
has
not
been closed
flowing.
for
Not sure what's
a
going
month
on.
now.
No, it wasn't
that
me.
is just something I never thought I
I
would
have nothing
see
to
in a
do
million
with her
years.
flow being
Rory
stopped
Johnson is
this
an
month.
oil market researcher I spoke with back in late March.
I told her,
who writes
get your
a Substack
abortion, take
called
your pills, and she
Commodity
didn't do it.
Context.
How am
Rory
I supposed to be
explained my
responsible
ass
for,
that following U.S.-Israeli airstrikes, the Iranian government's decision to
for the oil
effectively
she's about
close
to
the
shit
Strait
out?
of Hormuz created an oil backstop unlike any that humanity's ever experienced.
Those ships can take upwards
Oh,
of a
I'm
month
so
and a half
stocked
to get
up.
to
I
where
got
they're going.
oil.
And they're not going to feel
I'm
the
so stocked
loss
up
of
on
that
oil.
supply
Nah.
until that final ship reaches, wherever it's going, that port, and there's nothing behind it. Whenever that flow stops, everything just starts to go haywire because the system is never meant to stop. It's always meant to kind of be flowing perpetually.
No,
Folks, if
it's
nothing
meant to
else,
be first
I'm a
in, first
news
out
hound at
flowing
heart. Ruff,
perpetually.
ruff. Bark, bark.
The
Wow,
idea
wow.
of reserves
Every morning I love just putting
is
my
not part of the
snout
capitalist
straight
goal.
into the news wire and getting down and dirty. And for my fellow news hounds out there, I have recently encountered something that makes it much easier to responsibly consume news every day.
Is it ground news?
Ground News. Ground News is a website and app that
I'm so
gathers
grounded
over
in my news
50,000
coverage,
sources
guys.
from around
I'm
the
not
world into one
terminally
place, which
online.
means you can compare how different outlets
I'm
are covering the
evaluating
exact same
sources
story all
like a
lined
pro.
right up for your inspection. But Ground News also
I know their
tells you what these
biases,
outlets are
and
all
that's all
about,
that I
their
need
political
in
leanings,
order
how
to
factually
determine-
reliable they tend to be, and crucially,
Oh, they're
who
so
owns
factually
them,
reliable.
Which, in
Who
today's
owns
media
them?
environment is not information.
It's all owned by exactly the
Most
usual
outlets are
suspects.
exactly racing to disclose. And once you click on a story, well, that's when the caterpillar of Ground News blossoms into a stone-cold butterfly. Here, let's check this one out about Anthropic suing the Pentagon a couple months ago. So this was a big story. Basically, Anthropic and the
Yeah, it
Pentagon
is
got
just
into a
data mining
catfight about
from
whether or not
publicly
AI should be
available
used in
news.
autonomous weapons. But
Where are
Ground
you
News
fucking
lets you
going?
see all
Are
the
you kidding me?
different ways this one story was covered all in one place. Over 300 sources covered this story, and they all did it a little differently. For example,
Whoa, they
PBS's
all
is a
wait.
little more
All these news sources did it a little bit differently. The media ecosystem hasn't collapsed into just using AI to cover every major story. That's not how it's gone down. That's nice. That's relieving. Actually, all these stories are slightly different and written by humans. Trust me, bro. Oh, this did not deal damage to buildings.
technical, whereas the New York Post's is a little more dramatic. You can even filter by geographic location to get the global perspective, then yes, see which private equity company or billionaire owns them. And listen, if you don't believe me, how about I refer you to the executive director of a little place called the Nobel Peace Center? who called Ground News an excellent way to stay informed, avoid echo chambers, and expand your
I
worldview.
love
That's
the
on
liberal
Nobel. Ground News
obsession
is
with
fully
the,
independent and funded by
Nobel Peace
subscribers that
Prize.
don't
It's
rely
so
on corporate
cool.
influence to decide what you see. And speaking of subscribers, I can get you 40% off the same unlimited access
Yippee!
Vantage
40%
plan I
off.
use by scanning the QR code on screen right now or by clicking the link in the description, which is groundnews.com/goodwork. Thanks to Ground News for sponsoring this video. News hounds, keep hounding. Now, whether or not the Strait will reopen following the cute will they,
Get it?
won't they
Chat, I'm a news
ceasefires
hound.
that are perpetually being negotiated
Chat,
and
do you get it?
unnegotiated remains to be seen. But in any case, the Strait is so important that any pause in oil flow does have the capacity to throw a massive wrench into the world's oil markets. Something we've only just begun to feel the ramifications of. The ramifications of.
The
ramifications of. The Can you guys just write something fucking normal for once? Jesus fuck.
There's no way the world can fill in that level of supply loss this quickly. So what we'll
Yeah, of
have
course
to do
he's
is
employed by
essentially
another
destroy
company
demand on
reinventing
the other
the
side
news
to
wheel.
balance
Yeah,
the
of
equation,
course.
because this has to be kind of a ledger at the end of the day. It
Leftists
has to
be like,
balance.
this
And the
guy's
way we
getting his
destroy
bag.
demand is through exorbitant
That's not good.
high prices.
The extent
There
to
might be
which
some,
is going to hurt the global economy.
There might be some ominous incentive structure behind this guy making his bag.
The extent to which it's
Maybe.
going to hurt poor nations that do not have the means to subsidize fuels the way that Western nations do. That is something that,
By the way, truth
I'm
news,
hearing
yeah,
people
fuels
talk
are
about more and
subsidized by
more.
the American
Benoit
government.
Morin is an energy reporter for the Wall Street Journal who I fully vetted for the purposes of this investigation.
Benoit Morin, energy reporter at the Wall Street Journal.
Is that French, Benoit?
That is.
He sounds
Lovely.
very
The
American.
Pump brothers here explained to me that the most immediate effects of this energy crisis are being felt by those most dependent on the Strait specifically for their oil supply.
You're seeing, nations like, Laos,
Venezuela,
Japan, South Korea.
all these small
all those
nations are getting fucked over by the
implementing
big dogs who
restrictions
control everything.
either on fuel exports or on, consumption of those products, asking people to conserve. School days are being cut. This is mostly happening in Asia right now
Protect
because
and repair.
Asia is extremely reliant on crude oil from the Middle East.
Much of the world, particularly the global south and poorer nations, will see this through the lens of acute physical scarcity, which will mean no cooking fuel, no heating fuel. This will be a life or death situation for many people around the planet.
There's been a lot of chatter in the group chat that,
billions will
unlike
die.
most places in Asia,
Is
America
that-
won't
is
be
that
as
the news,
impacted by
Dan
the Strait
Toomey?
closure
Thank you.
because over the last 2
Thank you,
decades,
Dan Toomey,
we've
for
quietly
the
become an
riveting
oil-producing
coverage
powerhouse.
of
With the growth of horizontal
what
drilling and oil
anyone who's
sourcing
been on
known
the
as
internet
fracking, alongside
for more than
tax
5 years
incentives and
knows.
more extraction
Yep.
around Texas, the U.S. of A. has become the U.S. of A. and oil. In fact, we produce more car tar per year than any other country in the world. But while we certainly brew a ton of the Texas tea, that doesn't mean that the U.S. is completely insulated from oil shocks. Our refineries are older cougars, and they're not designed to efficiently process the oil we're getting out of Texas today, which means that counterintuitively,
We need more oil.
we actually export most of the oil we drill, and we import most of the oil Americans wind up using here at home. So when there's an
I
oil
love
shortage
capitalism.
internationally,
It's so good. It's so perfect.
we feel the impact. But as a tried and true New Yorker, I'll put journalistic integrity aside for a moment and admit that, folks, I don't give a fuck about your little gas prices. Frankly, I'm better than you, and I haven't driven a car since I was 3.
If I'm a New Yorker watching this episode and I
need to
put down
repair
my
it, don't I?
cigarette to ask a question, that question is, why should I care about what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz?
Because fossilflation is a thing. Fossil fuel prices increasing, winding their way through the
This
economy.
is only going to be a
increasing food
problem
prices,
so
largely
long
because
as
of how fundamental
we don't have
fossil energy
fusion
sadly
energy.
still is.
Gernot Wagner is a climate economist at Columbia Business School, who I also vetted for this investigation.
Gernot, you sound vaguely European, am I right?
So my wife says, pan-European accent.
All these Europeans coming into America to shill their woke green policies that's never been more unpopular. They just don't get it. They actually just don't get it.
Yes.
Well, welcome to America.
Thank you. Who profits the most right about now, the past 4 weeks? Any wild guesses?
Suddenly, I
Russia.
was in uncharted territory. As a professional questioner, I had never myself been questioned by a guest before. I had to make sure my answer was both compelling and correct to let him know exactly the type of ace this fast-talking pan-European was dealing with.
Iran.
Not quite. It's the U.S. oil industry.
Oh, okay.
Because like pumping oil in this country didn't get any more expensive, but what
I'm gonna pump myself like Jordan Peterson's daughter pumps
right?
him.
So they are printing money as we speak. The rest of us, consumers, even if we don't burn oil directly in our internal combustion engines in
We pay.
cars,
Life is getting
indirectly,
more
right?
expensive.
Hashtag fossilflation is a thing, and what
Marx
comes next
was
after
right.
fossil
The
fuels,
misery
after
of the
energy,
proletariat
it's
is
food.
gonna
Takes a bit,
increase
takes a
until
few
we
weeks
have a-
for food
until
prices
we,
to go up.
until
So
we
when
have a
fertilizer
proletarian
prices go up, food
Where's the
prices
other camera?
go up as well.
With Granat's pan-European words ringing in my ear, I could no longer ignore my
The Midwest
original
is not
question.
bad.
With all this
No.
mounting evidence
It's all
that
good
a
here.
global energy system built around shipping congealed dinosaur matter through the world's most hostile lazy river is a risky approach, why aren't we changing it faster? Shouldn't we, I don't know, not be using so much oil?
So what it's going to do to the
Well,
energy
the thing
transition, I
is
think it's
that,
going to
it's pretty
probably,
popular.
in some ways, accelerate things.
But unless it's
then
absolutely
you're
necessary,
going to be
it's not
looking
gonna
at,
happen.
more expensive
Sorry.
energy overall.
Whoa,
so it's always this question of what you optimize for or what you value most. Is it
what do you guys
security of
optimize
supply?
for in
Is
your
it
stack?
affordability, or is it that it's clean and
my stack is so
sustainable,
affordable,
right? And
guys.
I think right now the big focus
What do you
of the
just
world is
optimize
on,
for in your
am I going to
business
be
model?
able to power schools tomorrow and heat my house this winter? So we're looking at security of supply.
A lot of the climate
Is there something over
movement has for the last kind of
No,
decade rested on a moral framework, of a humanitarian framework, of this is what we do to make the planet better and to avoid the worst costs on the poorest among us. But that's, particularly in a cost of living crisis type politics, is not that effective a framing. What's a much more effective framing, in the way I see basically.
Awesome. We love Shell doing a poll like this. What are you willing to do? Holy fuck, these people are actually so evil, and they should absolutely be tried for the lies that they
all
peddled.
future comms from like the
I'm
Just
not.
Stop Oil people, they're just
Not
going to have a
particularly.
big painting of the Strait of
I've
Hormuz.
been to Pennsylvania
like, energy
once
security is going to be a much
to piss,
better
and it was not great.
and much more compelling framing for reducing oil demand and consumption long term than I think the moral framing was.
For the past few days, I've woken up the same way. I get up out of my bed, I check my phone, I look at oil prices, and I soil myself. For all of the
And then I
panic that's
soil
been
myself,
had
yeah.
about oil prices over the last few days,
Yep.
is
Life
basically
is gonna get
anybody
so
who's
bad.
invested in the
You guys are
green
gonna
economy,
need
alternative energy
the
sources.
people
Are they
with
looking
the
at this
Cybertruck are
scenario
going to be laughing
and
at
going
you
gangbusters?
cucks
I mean, there are better ways of
who
providing
are
that
paying
motivation.
for all
but-
this expensive energy that they don't have to deal with. I'm not telling you what state I'm from. Sorry,
yeah, this
sorry.
is
Only
one of them.
pussies
It's a
mute.
big one.
Only pussies
But,
hide their identity
I
online.
hate to say this, but we have one of these fossil energy crises every 4 years these days, but sort of every decade. And there's always and this time is different. Okay,
This time it
well,
is different.
Energy prices spiked in the late aughts. This time is different, and yeah, electric vehicles are a thing. Guess what happened?
It's not different.
Following
It's not
decade, right?
different?
Prices came down again, and we used that extra purchasing power to buy
A bunch more.
Suburbans, and we're filling them up to the rim with cheap gas.
Because
yet
you
again.
might not
so
be able to
I'm
use it
not
again,
so
so may as well
confident
get it now.
that this is the one thing that will finally do it, right, and we'll never look back. What is different this time? We have those cheap electric vehicles, the solar panels, the induction stoves, the heat pumps available. They're only going to get cheaper and better. What will hopefully happen.
Yeah, okay, but just
is
because
that
you tell me what
there
state
is
you're
this
from
realization
does
that,
not mean
yeah, you
that I
can
have an
insulate
obligation
yourself
to
better
return.
against those geopolitical.
I don't think you understand
vagaries.
here.
Indeed,
You
the
are the
conflict
serf.
in Iran and
You are the serf to my master of you. I'm the streamer. You're the chatter. You are going to overshare about your life, and I'll do it in tasteful little drops here and there. How about that? Huh?
Shock in oil prices.
Here's your gift in return. Over the past week, I was incredibly busy because I have come across I have come into possession, finally, of a massive set of DNA methylation data. Basically, I've got individual reads from the entire human genome from a particular cell line, and I have been working feverishly and passionately to identify the differentially methylated regions. And the really cool thing about this in the context of science is that it feels like a different science. It feels like a science that is very cool, because most science experiments are things that take a long time. They're a process that happens and you come out with an object. But with this, the process is already done. The data's been collected, the data's sort of been put into stasis, and so now it's a matter of probing the data to answer the questions that I'm interested in and finding where the differentially methylated regions are and how they map onto the human genome. I'm not a geneticist. I'm broadly, I do research, but currently my project right now is with DNA methylation. And so the idea is that we're going to have to align DNA methylation reads with gene expression and what's the last one? I've got like the bare minimum understanding of genetics. But to be fair, that is like, it's much more than, I guess, the average American. But the thing is, like, if you want to intelligently defend trans rights, I think you do need to have a little bit of idea of genetics. You do need to understand central dogma for biology. You do need to know that organs are sculpted by the proteins and the transcription factors that they print. And if you have a misregulation in the printing of your genes, you're going to come out with different organs. And these different organs can determine whether or not you appear to be male, whether or not you appear to be female. And like most other biological processes, we can use lentivirus or adenovirus to modify in vitro, like before you are actually born, before these tissues develop, but that's going to be a long way out. The most recent example of that is curing deafness with a dead adenovirus, which is cool, very, very cool, but a little concerning because adenovirus is not necessarily stable, but it's probably worth it. In the long term, it is probably worth it to modify people's genomes. If you only Pussy's mute, if you go to my YouTube channel, you'll find a maybe frustratingly long, but I think very important video on fuck, what was it called? Nucleus genomics, which is Peter Thiel's new eugenics program in order to afford Cybertruck owners the ability to decide how smart their kid is probably going to be. We didn't cure blindness, we cured a specific birth defect that results in deafness. Not blindness, we didn't cure blindness, deafness. Where like you've got a mutation that makes the hairs of your ear insensitive to sound. That has, yes, been fixed. Zap him! That did fucking no damage. Are you kidding me? Alright, attack, attack, attack. Come on, get your shit going.
Push many across the globe.
There's
to
your
invest
gift.
in
There's your return gift. I'm not telling you where I work. I don't want people to know where I work. I don't want people on the internet to know where I live. All I want to do is I want to parse my differentially methylated regions in peace. Because I know there are freaks out there on the internet. I'm not saying that my chat are full of freaks, although you guys are probably freaks in a direction that I would appreciate. But the freaks on the internet will probably call up my boss and be like, wah, this guy said this thing, this guy said that thing. We've got so many other fucking things going on in the world right now. And this is the fucking shit that you want to bother my boss about? The people actually doing important shit in the world, you're just going to fucking call them up and complain? No, I'm sorry. I don't want my identity on the internet. Yeah, what is the reality of genetics and intelligence? There is absolutely a genetic aspect to intelligence, but the foremost indicator is pretty much like how you're raised and the structure you use to assess your knowledge. If you're able to build questions and then simulate situations that would disprove exactly what you believe is going on, you're probably smarter than most people. Because most people think that intelligence is rote memorization. That's a portion of it. It's very important. And there's people who I think are very smart and are very good at this, like my favorite epic fail, but that's I would not consider that actual intelligence. What's the intersection between intelligence and genetics? Yeah, obviously it's biologically constituted. And it's also certainly socially constituted, but really it isn't much more than like 50-50 is the reality of genetics and intelligence.
Of energy sources to a greater degree. But that certainly doesn't mean it will change oil's dominance in our daily lives anytime soon.
Obviously, there's been effort to divest and to reduce dependence on oil. And to be clear, there has been a lot of progress along this route. The oil intensity of the global economy, and particularly the U.S. economy, is remarkably lower than it was 50 years ago during the oil shocks of the 70s, which is actually part of the thing that makes the global economy less vulnerable to the loss of oil today relative to 50 years ago. There are other alternatives. But overall, oil demand last year, this year, next year will continue to grow in absolute terms because everyone just keeps using more of it.
Like Rory said, progress has been made and proportional.
Yeah, the thing was that at the turn of the 21st century, most researchers were thinking, we're going to have the entire human genome sequenced. It's going to be awesome. We're going to be able to fulfill the promises of the central dogma. We're going to be able to see which regions of the human genome become genes, which regions become protein, and those proteins will obviously determine function. Well, it turns out that it's actually not that simple. And there's a couple of complicating circumstances that make it much, much harder to determine what exactly is going on. And epigenetics are certainly part of it. There's two angles to the epigenetics. There's the DNA methylation, which is what I'm currently looking at with this massive data set. And the other one is histone modifications, which you can almost think of as like bookmarks or a table of contact to identify what the regions are. Is there any case to breed for intelligence? No, I don't think so, actually. I think in any situation that you intentionally try to breed for a particular property, you're going to select out for a lot of properties that you did not know were important to the identity of being human. You're going to select out for a lot of things. Like you're going to have like sure, your people are going to be dysgenic, but they're going to be smart. And it's like, no, that's not what anybody really wants at all. And so if you're constantly selecting your embryo for like the highest IQ, yeah, you might get like the highest IQ person who's great at taking tests, but like, I don't know, are mentats really like well-adjusted humans? I wouldn't really say so. Fix this. Beach. Whoa, 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 you need to save yourself. All right, now you can do this. There you go. Yeah, no, there isn't much of a how much more intelligent will you get by breeding for it? I don't know. Because the thing is that a lot of the endpoints for what we would classify intelligence are a lot of the variation that we assign to people who have achieved intelligent positions can also or partly be explained by essentially class dynamics. People who are doctors are more likely to have doctor parents. People who are in politics are more likely to have political people. And you can say, oh, this person is a particularly smart arbiter of politics, or a particularly smart doctor, or they're smart because they're a doctor. But the fact of the matter is, it's not helpful, and I don't think it's useful to try and distinguish between the two and focus especially on the genetics. And the best case that you could make for breeding for intelligence is probably for the underlying like neuron sculptures, if anything. Or not the underlying neuron architecture is what you should be selecting for, but that is such a polygenic property. It's hard to figure out how those proteins become cells that have a high IQ disposition. You never meet highly intelligent people with you ever meet a highly intelligent person with a not highly intelligent partner? Yeah, I have. I'd say so. I don't think people necessarily select for high intelligence people. I think usually people are constituted in an environment where they're around somebody who is considered high IQ, or at worst, the consequences of prosperity doctrine just overwhelm any sort of principled discussion of what it means to be biologically intelligent or to be genuinely intelligent and constituted by biology. Let's finish the
Our
oil.
economy is much less reliant on oil than it used to be. But even after a long period of climate conferences and green politicking and ads where companies make environmental pledges over stock footage that looks like this, the war in Iran has made it clear just how reliant we all are.
We might do like
on
a
old school
specific
oil.
like
Not just Americans, but also people that live.
We might do a specific intelligence stream where we go over some of the biological, I guess, hallmarks that constitutes a correlation with high IQ. Only midwits don't pick partners that they can have an okay, but you can have like an intellectual conversation with most people, and if you're somebody who's like, oh, like I don't wanna talk about Labubu because that's low IQ. If you don't have at least 8 people in your friend group right now talking about Nietzsche in the group chat, are you really intelligent? Are you really?
Live in other countries. They're kind of like Americans. Except they live in other countries. A bigger clean energy transition certainly would be expensive, but we're seeing right now the cost of sticking with a global energy machine that can be skull-fucked by a single post on Truth Social. A machine that, if I may say, does not appear to be particularly well-oiled.
Good one.
For good work, and from the straight, I'm Dan Toomey.
Thank you, Dan Toomey from New York. It looks like New York is falling into chaos under Momdonomy. Thank God we've got on-the-ground reporting, ready and willing to tell us the truth of the matter of how this nation is falling apart. Wait, chat, didn't Channel 5 have like an upload? Didn't they have some... Yes! This is what we're watching. This is what we're watching now.
Look, have you been here before?
Yeah.
Sir, you need to leave.
I remember this. I remember this guy. He was featured in the original Gooning. Yeah, I've got an automod. Actually, I can't see it on social stream. You can't post links and certain other things. If you have a link, you can at me in the Discord, and I may or may not get it. Who knows? But I remember this guy. He killed himself. He had a family of 4, and he killed himself because he went to like a Texas or something bikini barista drive-through and was like jorking it, and she recorded and disseminated online and killed himself.
Unacceptable. Unacceptable.
Unacceptable.
Police say a man took his own after getting caught committing a crime in the drive-through of a coffee.
He committed the bikini bean coffee. Isn't that awesome? The bikini bean coffee. Capitalism pops off yet again by instrumentalizing female bodies for their own degradation in the guise of empowerment. Yeah, anyone who talks about Nietzsche as a retard, I love being retarded. I am based retard gang. We are based retard gang. We carry the flame. We fight for the Gooners, and... Whoa. Look, this guy's trying to goon all over my tower. I'm not having any of it. See you later. All right, let's get back to it.
Say his name! Nautica! Say his name!
Nautica's death is bigger than 9/11.
This was a recurring incident that all the girls were aware of.
You killed that man. Nautica was a gooner.
He's left behind by his wife and 2 kids.
No, not the interview with the Gooners. Not his fucking Discord squad that he would sit in VC and goon to. My fucking God.
Do you think they consider him a goon lord?
I think they view him as a loving father that did a radical thing.
I want to be just
like a loving father who did a radical thing. This is Texas. Oh, it's actually Arizona. Tulsa, Arizona. Chat, if you want to do a little bit of sarcastic violence against women trying to earn their bag and are victims of capitalism, feel free to head over and attend the Gooniversary, where these evil sex workers serving a delicious coffee killed a guy because they recorded him jacking off and committing a sex crime in their drive-thru. And that's their fault because they disseminated online for accountability purposes.
He was a gooner himself.
You know he did it in that parking spot.
Young people in America be like, where's the accountability for the Epstein class? When are we going to see prosecutions? But when it's time for a young father to face accountability for jacking off in the bikini coffee barista drive-through, it's like, oh, he was a good man, he was a good father. It's actually the classic. It is genuinely the fucking classic. Oh, you know, this cop, he was a great guy, and like, oh, I never would have imagined that he'd shoot a fucking child. I knew him in high school, and he only gave me a couple of swirlies.
No shit. That's messed up.
I analyzed that video over 1,000 times. That man had pants on.
Have you ever exposed yourself in a drive-thru?
No, but I probably will in my future.
You killed that man! You killed that man!
Oh,
Acting like it's a joke
hot drama.
is damaging for everyone involved.
The spirit of the Gooner was really all around us.
It is actually crazy how many like mass political movements have just gotten undermined by mockery, because Charlie Kirk, awful death, done publicly, public execution the exact way that he would have wanted, is undermined by essentially gooners and AI, and then the Black Lives Matter chants are undermined by fucking gooners.
You wake up, goon,
I can't
sleep,
goon.
breakfast, goon, lunch, goon.
Where's my right to goon? Hello? Where's my state guaranteed right to goon? And also publicly like humiliate women for being objects that feel necessary to earn a wage under capitalism. Yep. Cool. Thank you, gooners.
Goon, dinner goon. You're gooning about 10 times minimum a day.
Hi.
How you doing?
Hi.
My name's Trey,
Yo!
and we're about to attend the
They got the female Andrew Callahan, Zoe, I guess is her name, to interview the Gooners. Let's go.
Anniversary is the 1-year celebration of the Gooner role since Nautica Malone's passing.
Rest in peace, Goon Lord!
At the time of his death, I was currently in Los Angeles, California.
Chad, is this a red flag? A Gooner from California? Be honest. Be honest. Is it a red flag? I think it is. They missed the chance for Goongeist? Yeah. But they're not like idiots that like Hegel like we are. They're not fucking theory nerds. The Gooners are not caught up on their theory, I would say. All they want is to jack off, and the one moments that they get to jack off in public in front of a woman, suddenly they're ostracized because we live in a society or something like that, right? Society, when a gooner wants to york his jork and his sausage in the barista bikini line when he's getting a coffee and gets recorded is the world has gone mad. Can a man not goon to real women in person? Whatever happened to catcalling? Catcalling used to be the real gender-affirming care. Now, all these women, they need lip injections, they need breast augmentations. What happened to the real human connection where I just goon and jack off in front of a woman? Like the Greeks did when you just like kidnap any woman that you like. What happened? No, I don't like Hegel. I'm not gonna fucking read Hegel in the actual like 130 IQ take and the 30 IQ take is that secondary sources on complicated pieces of philosophy are perfectly fine. Perfectly valid. I'm not spending fucking 13, 14 months of my life attempting to decipher whatever the fuck this bullshit incel had to say. 400 or so years ago. I don't care. They can suck it. And then if I do a little power boost, bam.
Immediately drove
All
down
my
here
homies hate
and
Hegel.
started coordinating the first Gooniversary, which was the Gooneral, which is what I'm wearing here. This was his official flyer.
Is that Kanye?
This is a event for men's mental health and prevention
This is
event.
for
I think
prevention of men's mental health. The only thing preventing men from killing themselves is the ability to jack off in front of real women who okay, but the thing is, like, I feel like these gooners do want the women to degrade them for gooning in public. They do know it's wrong. They do know it's asocial, and they're living vicariously through the breach in proprietary behavior for a young man. And like, that's what young men need to satiate their collapsing mental health, is to jack off to a hot woman serving you coffee who's paid
this
to
event
fucking be
is
nice
a
to
very
you.
good, staple point for people that are in the gooning community, and it's a place where we can all come
staple
out
for
and be
the
ourselves. We
gooning
don't have to,
community.
be in fear.
You realize, like,
We can
a
be
man
ourselves. We don't need to be in fear. What are you in fear of, huh? What does being yourself mean? Gooning in public? Yeah. Hashtag right to goon. Hashtag right to goon in public. Where are the leftists when men's rights are at stake?
right? There is a genuine
The left
tragedy in
is
this.
so
100%.
And I do
She's
feel it's a
so-
bit of a joke to you.
Not at all. All proceeds today will be donated to the American Foundation for Prevention. Everything that we're doing is for prevention.
Point of this is about
for unalive prevention.
You know, we've all done dumb shit before, but you know, you had two kids
I
down.
nice little Epstein reference. Somebody may or may not have killed himself.
On him, and he had a lapse in judgment, and now here we
He
are.
had a lapse in
low-key.
judgment.
Not that I'm
He
like
gooned
riding around
too
with my
hard
pants
to the
down,
sun.
going to drive-thrus or whatever, but the way it was handled and everything, I don't fuck with that.
By the way it was handled, Yeat's twin here means the Bikini Bean's decision to post the video of Nautica to their social media platforms in order to identify him, which quickly went viral, scoring tens of millions of views overnight.
This was
Public accountability means transparency for your poor behavior. And if you can't tolerate it, move to another city.
was a recurring
Move to
incident
another
that
desolate
all the girls were
wasteland
aware of. The barista took the
of
video,
cars.
and the corporate managers decided to expose it themselves. So it wasn't even the actual barista who released the video.
Oh,
But
classic.
I was a little surprised that it went viral,
The bourgeois make a
but
choice
it's
that
not
put their
surprising if you
lives to
think
the
about it later.
proletariat at
Thinking
risk.
about it now, it makes sense within this like online commentary of lonely men.
I got a soft spot for like mental illness and suicide and whatnot, so
Do you think this
You got a
event could
soft
potentially
spot
stop
for
someone from killing themselves in the future?
100%.
Don't take yourself out when you got people counting on you, whether you're Kurt Cobain or Nautica.
We are
Mark
selling
Fisher.
these t-shirts. 100% of proceeds will go to the AFSP. So yeah, I'm happy you guys are here. We're just getting started.
We're turning a
Look at all these gooners. Hold on. Was
You guys are
there
here. We're
one
just getting
female? That looks like a female. Rancid. There's two females.
We're
and of course they're
turning a
both
social
5'2".
media put down into a positive message of congregation.
But do you think it takes away from the fact that this man actually lost his life and it turns it more into like a meme?
Not at all. It celebrates his life.
Okay,
It
but, like,
celebrates his legacy. It
wrong
doesn't
with
take
making
from it. It
somebody's
doesn't
life a
demean
meme?
it. It doesn't bash it. No man should ever feel like he has to take his life for something that he's done or being accused of doing.
We're here at the Gooniversary.
Oh,
It's
this
been
is
one
what it's all about. It's the fake accusations, the women leveraging their higher position in society in order to fuck over the hardworking men of America and displace their jobs. Yep, that's what it is. Ooh, I need like a lumber mill probably, don't I? Before I even consider. Yeah, let's put the lumber mill here.
years since Nautica Malone in this very parking spot. Let's talk to some of these
Where
obviously
Nautica
sad
Malone
mourners.
raped
What's up?
himself to death.
What does mean to you guys?
What does it mean to you?
Well,
I can't stand it. I cannot stand it. These young men who think... I've also come to a realization. We're moving from an intelligence rant stream to a fashion rant stream, two of my favorite topics in the world. I cannot stand these young men who will wear a button down with the top button undone, no tie. It's wrong. It's not correct. And I feel like they took this from women. I think women classically French women pioneered the ability to just put a blazer over anything, to put a blazer over a t-shirt. And then, you know, you wear like a little deep buttons sort of button-up shirt to tastefully pull apart the buttons like that. This is what everyone does. It's wrong, but I think men need to wear ties. It's a great way to set yourself apart, to say that you're taking something seriously. This a button down with no tie is feminine attire. I'm sorry. It is feminine attire. I'm tired of pretending. Wear a tie like a real man. You wear ties in business, you wear ties when you want to be taken seriously. My complaint is that too many people who think that they're being taken seriously are looking like this. They're wearing, I know this is business casual, but the problem is business casual has become saturated to such a degree that nobody is wearing a tie anymore. It's such a nice compliment to show that you actually have an understanding of color theory, shape language, pattern matching. Like this you can get all these eccentric designs and patterns for your ties to show off your quirky personality like she's doing here. And this guy looks like a schlub. I'm sorry. He looks like he's about to move to Miami and start hustling OF girls. It's real. I'm outdated? I'm not. Just because, how is this an outdated take either? I'm actually saying that men stole this fashion from women because they're lazy and they actually don't appreciate what dressing properly can do for you. And so they just choose to dress like women. Not that there's anything wrong with that.
On the way here, we were listening to the radio because our phones died. It was Michael Jackson, so we were Mike Jacking it on the way up, and then we realized it was Beat It. And that's when we realized, like, the spirit of the goon roll is really all around us.
This really is just like a spiritual experience for these people. And like they'll come out of their goon, like post-goon sesh clarity goes and hits hard. And he's like, wow, I've really entered like an enlightened state now that I'm done gooning. I'm feeling so much better now that I'm done gooning. I can fully exercise my rational capabilities after I'm done gooning. Because you want us to dress like patriarchy tells men is tradition. I'm not saying that you should wear a... When did I say that men should wear a tie and stop wearing these button-downs with the top button undone, business casual, because it's tradition? What were the reasons that I gave that it's preferential? Because you can show off your understanding of color theory and your ability to understand pattern matching. That's the reason that I gave. You're just bad faith lying, actually. You can wear a tie and a Hawaiian shirt to a business meeting on a blazer, and I will say that you look better than this guy. That is what I'm going to be saying.
Why would you say you're here, though? What
to
are
pay
you
my
celebrating?
respects to the
Yes,
girl.
it is copying women when women have so many options for professional dress wear, and men are choosing to sacrifice the one that has been relatively associated with masculinity. The tie, the button down.
Yeah, Nautica Malone, the goon roll himself, you know.
For professional development.
Are you here ironically or sincerely?
There's no difference, bitch.
A little bit of both.
What do you want to be when you grow up?
Okay. Nautica.
This is the I Can't Goon poster honoring Nautica Malone, who was, unfortunately put into a situation where he had to kill himself. That video was published.
He was unfortunately put into a situation where he had to kill himself because he unfortunately put himself in the driveway of essentially a coffee Hooters jacking off that was posted online, and his wife wasn't a big fan of it. Surprise, surprise. Whoa. Oh, I'm gaming. There we go.
And spread around,
I did say it's
it lets all this
happening.
happening.
What are you gonna do about it, Young Wagner?
That's completely unfair, and we need retribution.
This is what they all have the same haircut. They all have the fucking the low tapered fade fucking mop hair. My fucking god. My generation is so cooked. It's over. Ties because it's a traditional way to express the fact it's 90. Yeah, I know. It is a business professional attire that is emblematic of you living or working and living in a climatized environment. And so if you want to half-ass it and go out to the Gooniversary, like, this guy looks nice. I mean, his tie is fucked up, which is unfortunate. He also doesn't have a tie clip, which is also even more unfortunate, but he's got the tie. He appreciates it. Look, he's enjoying it. He's got his performative male rings and keychain. He does look like a Mormon.
You know, in
That's
the Gooniverse,
why
you have,
it's important
you know,
to understand
Gooners,
shape
and
language.
he's a hero to some and maybe a villain to others, but
He's a
What does he
hero
do?
to some
he's a
and villain.
symbol of hope for Gooners.
I covered myself up today just in case.
That was gonna
I
happen.
was gonna wear my bikini, but I thought, I don't want to risk it.
Yeah.
You are going to be safe,
knows what these Gooners
but
can be up
do
to.
not let the camera go off of you at any time.
What do you mean by that?
Brother, I'm sure he means well. I'm sure he absolutely means well, but by that statement. But the fact that you say that and you continue to associate with these people is the alarming part.
It is a level 10 goon sanctuary out there. We have some elite gooners. We have some people that are on the underground rankings coming up.
You think they're gonna goon?
We got some elite gooners. They're spitting out 50 milliliters of jizz a week. These people are serious. Some of these people, the world record, 120 milliliters of cum in a week. And let me tell you, we got some real fucking zinc guzzlers in the Gooner anniversary.
To me?
This is like, you know, XXL every year. These are the Gooner XXLs, like freshmen. These guys are up next.
I goon every day and I can't stop gooning. I fight for my right to goon. I got Channel 5 on my right and they're talking about gooning. I'm about to goon on the camera and that one and that one. I'm about to goon
Dog
everywhere.
shit fucking
I
rap.
can't tell if I'm about to goon or not because all I do is goon.
We're Gooners, right? Yeah. We're Gooners, right? Yeah. We're Gooners.
We're Gooners. Of course we drive cyber trucks.
Right? Yeah.
Have you ever exposed yourself in a drive-thru?
No, but I probably will. No woman likes me. They all call me losers.
Would you rather?
I wonder why. Is it because you base your personality around your ability to constantly desensitize yourself to the intricate complexities of having a human relationship with somebody else and rearing the next generation? Is that why? Oh, Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy on the Gooners. Lord, carry their goon sessions in your hands. Lord, I pray that during their next post-nut clarity, they'll see the error of their ways and come to Christ. That's my hope. Just one more goon.
Rather have like a normal job in tech or be a loser who goons all day?
Goon every day.
Wait, why not both? Wait, hold on. Why not both?
Call me losers.
Would you rather have like a normal job in tech or be a loser who goons
It's the same shit. It's the same shit. A regular guy in tech with a job and a gooner, same
all
shit.
day?
Goon every day for the rest of my life. Die alone. That's already my plan, so.
Because that's all you know.
Yeah, exactly.
But what's the difference between masturbating and gooning?
Masturbating
Yeah, like a
is,
normal job in tech.
you do
Thank
it
you.
once a night, get your nut off. But a gooner is a lifestyle. It's you wake up, goon, sleep, goon, breakfast, goon, lunch, goon, dinner, goon. You're gooning about 10 times minimum a day.
Do I goon?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I do, every day.
When's the last time you gooned?
25 minutes ago?
It sounded like gooning was just shorthand for the open embrace of pornography addiction, something which Gen Z leads in all metrics. Today, 11% of surveyed Gen Z men claim to be an active addiction, and despite age filters and state bans on adult content, these trends don't appear to be slowing down.
Everyone has struggled with that.
Wow,
This year,
low friction, high dopamine activities are attractive to young men.
I'm free, so no.
Do you think gooning is a vice?
Like something bad? Yeah, it's something bad.
So do you think
I'm so bad. Look at me, Mom. I'm under. This is wait. The Gooners are just like the American version of the Korean like feminist, antinatalist movement. That's all this is. Oh my God. Chat, we actually figured it out. These are literally just the Korean like male feminists. They're like. These foids, they're so promiscuous. They can't build a stable relationship. Meanwhile, me, I'm so dedicated and mentally acute that I can goon for hours on end. The 4B movement. Thank you.
gooning is Sinful?
Gen Z does have a little bit more taste
And you
than,
think Bikini Beach is also sinful?
than others.
You gooned in respect to Nautica? How many times?
Just once today.
You goons? Your respect
that's
to Nautica.
disclosed.
These
I'm
men are
sorry.
gay, by the way.
I want
These
to
men
talk
are just
about it.
gay.
I mean.
Do you masturbate or do you goon it?
probably
To
the
my
fact
understanding,
of
it's
the matter.
different.
They are just gay.
Gooning's like the NBA of masturbating, but I mean,
Are you in the major leagues?
it might be.
When's the last time you cried?
Probably 20 minutes ago, like right after I gooned.
So all gooning is masturbation, but not all masturbation is gooning.
100%. There's so many techniques that you can get into with gooning. It's like, this is more of than
There's
just
the
like
dry rub,
the
there's
act
the
of just being a
oil rub,
degenerate
there's the
masturbator.
water-based
No,
rub,
it
there's
is
the,
a sense of
There's the underneath the clothes
peace.
rub.
Viewing reality through the Gooner prism, Nautica was an enlightened prophet of the movement, a man at total peace with himself, living his authentic truth in a world that's lost its way.
You want to give him a term and call him a gooner? Okay, let's reverse it and turn it into a positive event. So this is how we're gonna use it. You're gonna come for one of our brothers. Before anything, that's a black man. So you know I'm gonna come out and show out.
Well-adjusted black
Before
man.
anything, that is a black man. I will always slide for them. So when you see someone that looks like you go through something so detrimental, embarrassing, 100%, we're gonna come out, we're gonna rally, we're gonna have fun, we're gonna celebrate, we're gonna rejoice in your name every day.
Before we go any further, I think now's the perfect time to tell you who exactly Trey Sellers is. Trey is what you might call a creature of the internet, not in the casual, harmless way of veteran Redditors or Fortnite gamers. The internet attention economy is the only ecosystem he's adapted to survive in, a remaining relic inspired by the 2018 social media era of flagrant reactionary Instagram clips. Think Boom Gang or Supreme Patty, but somehow worse. Trey has no dignity, no shame, and not a speck of humility.
There's a gun in my waistband. You're gonna give me all that money, right? I'm just, hey, buddy, come in. I'm just playing.
Most people who get the kind of attention Trey gets tend to disappear from the internet forever. At the very least, turn their profiles to private and wait for the whole thing to blow over.
Is Brian Johnson the guy that's harvesting his children for their stem cells? Awesome. What a legend. Just great guy. Ooh, let's unite with the trolls. Come on, chat.
But for Trey, it only feeds
I'm
his
gonna
starvation for
unite
clout.
with
Now the unsettling video of a local
TikToker
TikToker touching and even chasing women
Unserious
for
trolling.
viral social media videos,
excuse me.
including at the Alhambra Safe.
Wait, is he the guy who goes, God motherfucking damn? No, that's Chester. Different black guy pushing the boundaries of social expectations. What a legend. Wait, what? Chester? You loved it's easy to love Chester. You're gonna have to be more. You're gonna need to be more concise with your chat messages if you're gonna want to try and actually engage. Like, you're not beating surf status with messages like this. Sorry.
Way.
We're gonna put Arctic in the bin right now.
I love harassing women in public. I love inconveniencing people's days.
Today, we're doing something really cool. We're cleaning Indian people.
Indian scum, get out of Canada!
By the way, this is literally the future of America. It is literally going to be black people probably being racist against Indians, because the true America is a sort of yin and yang mixture of white and black. When in reality, like, the old distinctions between white and black are gonna break down in favor of that bullshit Judea-Hapa schema, probably.
Which is the only thing that matters to him in the first place. And Trey has provided the internet with lots to watch. Most of his videos share the same thesis. What's the worst thing I can do right now?
You were gonna get the same make and model car.
The same 2016 SXT Dodge Challenger with 91,000 miles. We're gonna have the same car, same mileage, everything right here. Full spec, full replica spec, everything.
So this man right here.
This is his point, yes.
He's the Charlie Kirk of Gooners.
First of all, I'm really emotional right now. Every day I think about
look how
Nautica.
Look,
it's very tragic how you went out.
It's because they're gay. It is because they're gay. That's why he's so in touch with his emotions.
That was messed up. That truly is the ghost of the goon right there. That brings a tear to my eye.
And how do you think
I think most Americans would agree that the Indian caste system is not something that should be imported into America, and I think some Americans would probably agree with the statement that there should be legislation to prevent the spread of the Kshatra caste system in America, the Brahmin caste system in America. America only takes the best immigrants. We only take Brahmin immigrants. We don't take these untouchables. We don't take the lower classes. We only take the high exalted priests anointed by Brahman. Ooh, we got a troll. Friends! Wow, look, the troll actually just changed color when he grabbed him.
Exact parking location where he did take it, where they got a model of his car.
It's eerie. It's eerie.
Is it disrespectful?
I mean, it depends on his intentions.
Did you know Nautica personally?
Ironically, one of my friends went to school with his brother, and I actually met his brother, but I never met Nautica himself.
We should not accept Brahmin
described gooner.
cast
He was
into
a
America.
father before anything.
So not all gooners are
Give
fathers
me
and not
your
all fathers
huddled
are
masses,
gooners.
your
100%.
untouchables.
He's left behind by his
yada,
wife
yada,
and 2
yada.
kids.
That's terrible, yeah.
Does that upset you at all? That he has kids and
Yeah.
And he
we're
was
here where
gooning?
he himself, right there.
Upsets me so much I had to show up.
What up, guys?
so
This
upset,
video
guys.
is sponsored by NordVPN and probably is the most
thank you,
appropriate
Andrew,
sponsorship
for
we've
reading
ever
the
had for this
the
video
read
subject.
ad.
To
We're
keep
so excited
private
for.
from wherever your internet.
We're
I mean,
so excited
That's
for
totally
NordVPN.
okay.
Yeah.
Do you think the barista is a victim in any way?
No.
Not really.
She's a
It's her
woman.
job.
And women
It's
have
her
it
job
easy in America.
for guys to pull up in her drive-through with the out.
Did she die? I think she'll survive, but Nautica didn't.
I think
Right,
she'll
but he
survive.
himself.
Well, they filmed him.
They
Right.
filmed him
Yeah.
raping
If
himself?
I give drugs to a kid, that's ultimately his decision. But if he gets overdosed and dies, that's people would blame me.
But they didn't show up to his house in a bikini. He did seek out that drive-through.
He
A lot of
did
people seek
go
out
and
drugs.
seek out that meth.
At the end of the day, it's not good to have things like bikini beans, Hooters. It's feeding people's
It's
bad
not
intentions.
good to
Obviously,
have
stuff like that is going to happen.
The gooner
drive-through
is saying
to pick out.
my
They were
principled
asking for it.
erudite gooning sessions
Yeah,
should be
yeah, I think
secluded to the
people
internet.
get
and the
off on it.
internet
I think
only.
that there's so much hatred
Nice.
for women, like women's bodies,
more?
women's
Where the fuck
sexuality.
are these? I've literally
There's
gone through
just
the
a lot
entire
of
map.
animosity towards it right now, and yeah, it's manifested in
else?
things like this.
Despite incidents like this one, the bikini barista
here it
industry continues to grow and grow, far beyond its humble roots in the Pacific Northwest. The first lingerie-forward drive-through coffee shop was established in Bremerton, Washington back in 1999.
Of course, it's in
and led to an
Seattle.
explosion of similar businesses in and around the Seattle area. However,
I fucking
with this
called it.
expansion came many similar incidents to Nautica's.
24-year-old Raul Mena was ordering a drink from Bikini Beans Coffee in Goodyear when he showed his genitalia.
Honestly, I don't know. I'm sorry. If you're showing up to the Bikini Beans drive-through with your dick out and they record you and you kill yourself out of shame, I actually don't have sympathy. Honestly, thank you for selecting yourself out of the gene pool and not wasting further resources on your pathetic life. It's a shame that your labor will not go to funding Social Security anymore, but that's a sacrifice that I'm willing to make. And I'm glad that it was an individual choice that you made. Like, if you aren't proud enough to have your gooning session broadcast over the internet and you kill yourself for it, fine, whatever, good, actually, cool. Chat, how was that for like a bombastic take? Was that good? Anybody getting rage baited right now? Anybody rage baited by the Darwin Awards? The most fucking basic shit in the world? Where am I supposed to build my covenant? On sand? No, on rocks.
Was ordering a drink from Bikini Beans Coffee in Goodyear when he showed his genitalia to an employee.
Attempted assaults, kidnappings, and a lot of indecent...
Okay, but women are allowed to show their genitalia in a bikini, but I'm not? When I show up to the bikini brewer in a jockstrap only, and a Speedo, am I? Somehow I'm a sexual predator? The liberal double standards have gone so far. I don't know. I'm so fucking bored of, like, conservative talking points, and it's so easy to, like, suss out. Like, oh, like, you're a self-hating ex. Oh, you know, the liberals just hate this. It's so fucking boring. Get some new fucking material.
exposure, which the baristas say is totally uncalled for.
I mean, I don't really put too much weight into what it is. It's just wearing a bikini at your job. It's not that serious.
Nothing about it is like actually sex work in any capacity. So there really is no.
Okay, but you're saying that there's no marketable value to showing off your body as part of the user experience. Girl, you are sweeping so fucking hard. You are sweeping so fucking hard. No way.
For having someone with their dick out. Sex workers also don't deserve to have their consent violated.
I don't know if there is any one person to blame. I guess like the agency falls with him, but like I wouldn't like delight in the fact that he died or anything. Like, yeah.
Do you think she shouldn't have posted that video of it?
Probably not. That's probably not a good thing. I can kind of understand why she would, because it's just like a sensational thing.
Wait, most emotionally intelligent gooner right here.
Yeah, I think she was a victim. The barista didn't know that this guy was going to take his own life. I really don't think she knew.
They killed him. They killed that man. Yes, he did something wrong.
This guy is a freak.
We shouldn't have things like this in society.
We shouldn't have things like this in society.
The Bikini Beans owner and manager is a key player
here.
here.
Why is it that whenever you want to say something's going wrong in society, it's like, oh, there's this thing. Something is going on. I'm not going to talk specifically about what that thing is, but it's serious. The black woman did it earlier.
Goes almost entirely unmentioned throughout Nautica's discourse. So back in 2020, the coffee shop's owner, Ben Lyles, paid over $100,000 in a civil settlement to underpaid bikini baristas, who sued him for wage theft and other exploitative business practices, causing a major blow to franchise expansion. The allegations also detail his unwillingness to hire additional security and follow up with law enforcement regarding behavior even more extreme than Nautica's, like when a barista was physically kidnapped during a shift. Additionally, unverified screenshots and anonymous testimony have been circulating on Reddit and X around the time of Nautica's incident. All in all, there's speculation that Ben had his own cynical reasons for posting the Nautica clip all across Bikini Bean's social media platforms after the barista sent it to him. Maybe it was to wash away the dirt with an even bigger spectacle than would already come
the
to
flood the zone strategy.
To rehab Bikini Bean's PR as a coffee chain that relentlessly fights to protect its women and who will publicly shame any man who crosses a boundary.
Yeah, some people may look at this like a joke, but
hold on. Do you not? Only pussy's mute. Do you not want your lesbian coffee makers, your lesbian witch coven making your coffee to be unionized? Is that not what you want? You just want subpar coffee? That's okay. Fine. You know, it's your choice.
It's pretty serious to me at the same time.
I can't goon.
Sorry, I tried to get in on that real quick. Yeah, I think she was a victim from that. But like I said, I'm a God-fearing man, so I'll pray.
I'm a God-fearing gooner.
I know God's going to forgive him.
Absolutely. I think it was a stand for bravery, an act of heroism.
It took a lot of courage for him to do that.
It did take a lot of courage for him to
Not
kill
everyone can
himself.
commit a sex crime.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
So Nautica was not exposed.
Her little chuckle.
He was wearing shorts. We've analyzed this video to 30x zoom.
Analyzed it.
We've had forensic specialists in Canada check this out. Some in Arizona.
Where the fuck?
Nautica indeed was wearing a clothing article on his pants.
Then why'd he drive off?
Many reasons. Social anxiety, fear. I know a lot of people I could walk up to, they want to be recorded. People are scared of these things. On that day, we can do a fact check on that. It was over 90 degrees on that day. It was hot. It was a hot day. I would have drove away too, you know? Hey, what are you doing?
Hey,
I would
you
personally, I would stay there, you know, and let you know, hey, I'm wearing shorts, calm down.
I think the video speaks for itself.
I'm sorry.
I'd love to see some other photos of this man wearing his little short shorts out and about, because I just severely doubt that that's true.
You could say there were short shorts, they could have been boxers. It's Arizona, it's hot out here.
Especially since it had happened multiple times.
Yeah, exactly.
So how can you not believe the actual baristas?
It was not right for them to upload that video. If you felt like there was a violation and he was doing something inappropriate, call the police, go ahead.
The barista not only called the police that day, but they also showed the video to the manager, and the manager themselves decided to release the video.
If you don't like somebody doing something,
why didn't
call
the police come? But I think this is something where other people might be shocked that the police aren't coming, but this is our everyday lives.
And in general, I mean, cops are not...
It's not a high priority issue
Cops
for
are
them.
not
I am willing to put
friendly to
my
sex
life
workers, generally.
and her life on the fact that that man had shorts on.
Honestly, man, like sad situation all around. You know, this guy had a family. Obviously, you know, there's time for forgiveness. He didn't allow himself that time, and he thought the world wouldn't allow himself that time. We all fuck up, we all mess up. There's always room to improve and to grow. And this guy was so young. He was only in his 20s.
I think the mom needs to take responsibility for the man she raised. And I don't, again, understand what is deal was, you know.
Yeah.
But
I don't know
it's just really
how
unfortunate.
mentally ill he was,
There's
but
rarely
he was.
anything you should take yourself
Where
out
the
for,
fuck is
especially
this
when you
last
got kids
guy?
counting
Hello?
on you. Just keep it moving. Like whatever you're going through will pass. The
Oh, you don't have any
guy was
coffee shops near,
27.
where you are. Yeah, that makes sense.
He had the rest
Is
of
that
his
LA, Montana?
life ahead of him, and he abandoned 2 kids. So, like, that's not the thing to do.
I think he made a mistake, and he knew that he made the mistake, which is why he made an even graver mistake by taking his own life. And like I said, man, it's a sad situation all around. I'm a God-fearing man. You know, I prayed for him. I'll pray again. I'll pray for his family. You know, some people, you know, look at this as like meme culture. Both things can be true at the same time. It can be meme culture, but you can also take it seriously at the same time. There are like serious aspects of it. So yeah, like I said, just come out here with good intentions.
Him being in such a dark place at the time of what he did, you know, obviously he made that decision. Everyone acts like they haven't made horrible decisions based on drugs or some kind of lust or some kind of whatever vice. He was only judged for what he did in his final moments, not for the rest of his life, how he was as a father and husband.
I can't goon! I can't goon! I can't goon! I can't goon! I can't goon!
This is great. It's awesome to just have a couple of friends like this that you can goon together with in VC and share porn clips. Like, oh my god, like
You made 2.
Yeah, we had 2.
Just so
this one, I'd say we put in a little bit more effort. This one just says justice for Nautica Malone.
It's just self-soothing cuckery.
You know, the message is quite simple here.
I think it's honestly disturbing and really a comment on what our society is becoming as a whole. And it's really scary to see how will this continue to evolve. You know, it seems like this is made in jest. At the same time, it's serious, and there is a person who died, and there's a family that's involved, and there's a lot of people who are involved with this, and these are people's real lives. So I just hope that coming out with this and hearing our side of the story and seeing all these people blame us can help people understand that we're not the ones to point blame at. And I feel like a lot of these issues stem from unhealthy, toxic relationships within themselves and within the women that they have around them.
It's true.
It's just
they're just
we've become
gay
so
men in
desensitized
denial
from
that
like
are
the
still watching
horrible
straight
atrocities
porn
in modern
because
American life that
that's what
it's
men are
all a
expected
joke
to
now.
watch.
And I don't know if it's that funny.
You realize like a man is dead, right? There is a genuine tragedy in this story.
100%.
And I do feel it's a bit of a joke to you. Well, where does the joke end?
I mean, that I honestly can't really say. I know like, I wouldn't like do shit like that, like obviously. Or, like I don't really know anyone who'd do anything like that. Like it's kind of like a crazy action to take. So
Yeah.
I don't know if I could really answer like where exactly the joke ends.
It feels almost existential.
R.I.P. Nautica?
Yeah, I mean, look, this man should not have died for what he did. I think we can all agree that that was not the type of like justice or accountability that anyone wanted. That was really extreme. And
Nobody
I think
wants the kind
show-
of justice and accountability that results in people dead, right? Right? That's not the kind of America we really want. There aren't certain people who just like seem to be uniquely incapable of getting the big picture and are continuing to ruin society and sell off our natural resources to foreign investors that don't care about America and just want to hollow it out. Surely people don't want responsibility and accountability in the form of death. It doesn't happen. Surely not.
Much greater issues with that man and just with men in general right now. I think it's sad. There is some good in raising awareness around, and I think that in a way their hearts are in the right place, but they're just so deeply misguided in how they are handling this situation.
Do you think he should be made a martyr for a community he never explicitly said he was a part of?
He didn't have to say it.
You just think the fact that he showed
Wait, he
up
was
with
never
his dick
explicitly a
out?
gooner.
I mean, was it confirmed that
That's
he
the
had his dick
true
out? I mean, he has
framing.
pants down. Was he holding his dick or anything? No.
So then how do you know he was a gooner?
He's got
I mean, when you know, you know.
When you know is right. And to Nautica's supporters, he was just as much of a gooner as they were. One among millions of otherwise anonymous men lost in a sea of pornography and self-doubt. But what about the elite crest of American society? Among those with ample access to cash, women, and power. Is there a goon lord up top? Possibly. Shortly after wrapping up the shoot, some shocking news came to light. That former DHS secretary and vocal anti-trans legislator Kristi Noem's husband Brian had been caught in a scandal involving his own sexual preferences, wearing massive prosthetic boobs, acting as a woman, and being virtually degraded for money by a number of cam girls in the femdom, sissy sub, bimbification community. Actually, one cam girl in particular, who's yet to speak to the press. Until now.
What is the extent of your relationship?
Is this his Dami Mommy?
Well, he wanted to be like a big titty
slut, so he was one of my webcam clients. I had never seen tits that big on a man before. He would say things like, you're making me like such a girl, you're making me such a bimbo. I never saw him without his little tight little crop top, but telling him to put the leggings on. He'll be like, I have my leggings right here. And I'd be like, oh, go put your little leggings on. You know, turn around, spank your ass, give me a little kissy face, things like that. He wanted to be like feminized and he wanted to feel sexy and slutty. And I think that whenever he came to me, he got to do that.
I just can't believe this keeps happening. Like homophobic, anti-trans politicians, just every time. Like it almost feels like a tired trope that just keeps coming back to life.
No, it won't stop, and it's never gonna stop. People come to me and ask me to degrade them for being Trump supporters, like all the time. Or like people come to me and be like, I'm a cop, like can you make fun of me and things like that. And it's like, if you're paying me to do it, why would I say no? I think that there's
good points. If you're paying me to do it, why would I say no? My morals go out the window as soon as I see a pile of cash. Thank you, Dummy Mommy, for telling us the truth of capitalism. Great job. Awesome.
Certain situations where I can choose if I want to keep my discretion, and this is one where I don't really think that he deserves discretion.
Just because of like what his wife has done?
Shipyards.
Yeah.
Okay.
And like clearly he stands behind her, like he sat behind her whenever she was getting grilled about things. Like clearly he's on board with everything. So
yeah.
Yeah.
If you'd like to see the complete, uncensored, and buck-wild interview/episode, head to our Patreon at www.patreon.com/channelfly. Link in pinned comment and description box. As many of you guys know, we are and will always be a totally independent international news organization who are only...
And if you don't feel like opening up your wallet, your credit card, and going into a little bit of a debt to show your support to the Dispel Marketable stream, there are free alternatives to support the stream, including liking on the YouTube channel and subscribing and following on Twitch and subscribing on Twitch. Great things coming down the pipeline. I'm so for real. I'm not lying. Just as soon as I actually just finish up with this code. But I don't know if I actually want to like wrap up this DNA methylation shit, because it's kind of fun to just have an object that I can poke and prod at almost constantly. Like experiments, it's done, it's there, it's happened, it's over. And that's that. Job market collapsing. Wasn't there was something else that I actually wanted to watch before then. We're going back to biology. Chat, we're doing cancer biology. Why isn't this fucking copying? Hello? Here we go. Now it works. We'll do the job market collapsing in just a bit. Max Fisher. I wonder if that's a dog whistle for anyone in particular. On serious, what's the situation with sexism and women like in academia? In STEM, it's a little challenging because the majority of people who are in engineering and coding are men, and that has not changed. But the predominance of people who are doing like PhDs or MDs or like masters, graduate level programs are primarily women. And there actually aren't I don't have very many male peers at all. Like the ratio for me right now is like 2-to-1, 3-to-1, like where I have to do my computing. It is probably like 3-to-1. And the truth of the matter is that I think a lot of the senior faculty who were from an age where women were not allowed in academia still hold on to the idea that women are less capable, or this influx of women is showing that men are somehow incapable of performing research adequately. And you're still going to get sexism in academia, where you belittle somebody for being a woman, for being incapable, or like you think that women can take more denigration and humiliation, which is classic of academia, because they're a woman and they've got like support structures, when you're just being like a cruel bitch in in reality. And obviously there's also like the sexism, where women will police what it means to be a true woman for other women. I don't think that happens as much in like STEM. Honestly, like STEM is very, very woke. Oh man, I put this in the wrong place, I think. I guess I can put it here? No. Alright, well, I guess not. Okay. I need shipyards. and probably a lot more farms if I'm going to be doing a ground invasion of Iran right now. Yeah, it is a little challenging because in my particular area, I'm not sure that the sexism exists in the same way that it had formerly. It's changed, definitely. But it's hard for me to pin down how it's changed because I haven't been in it for the last like 20, 40 years to see and to track it. But no, I would say like most people who are taking like a general chemistry or like a general organic chemistry class in undergraduate are women right now. It's not men. And I guess, you know, it's because the classic idea is that men are better suited to like to disrupt the status quo, or men, that's probably like the sexism how it's implemented now, where there is sort of a realization that women are generally more attentive to detail. They've got better social support to go through extremely difficult programs like a master's or a PhD or an MD, and men are somehow less suited because they've got other assets, including their strength that they can use to find a job, or they're more able to sort of pitch ideas to investors. And so going into business or going into engineering is probably a better quote unquote use for your time. That's probably sexism now in academia. If I build another farm, can I keep raising my supply cap? Does this count as... It does count as one. Okay. Alright. We're building a bunch of horses. We're building all the horses. We're actually going to need more horses. Come on. More barracks. I don't have space. I actually took up all my space to build more barracks. Yeah, women do more biology. And I think... Hold on. I don't know if you've seen... Smugbug does have a blog that is essentially describing the future will look something around the lines of men will be fascists and women will be neoliberals. And the idea is that men don't need technological innovations in order to preserve their place in society, but they do have this sort of instability with technological progression where men sort of become superfluous to procreation, because everybody during development, during embryogenesis, when you're going from zygotes to blastula to gastrulation, you're naturally female, and then according to your protein expression, you become male. And I would say most women are certainly in the sciences. Are they better, like, capable because they're a woman? I would say like 20% of that is because they're a woman, and 80% is due to the expectations for a woman. Is it moving in the right direction? Is it moving in a direction that's going to be more egalitarian? No, just because like the pendulum swings one way for one generation and then swings the other for the next generation doesn't mean that we've got an equal society. But I guess, you know, everybody's their own independent actor, just seeking their own individual self-interest. But yeah, women need okay, they don't need, but they are more productive with more technological innovation, while men become increasingly obsolete with more technological innovation. And so trying to constrain technological innovation into the innovations of war, I think, is one of the better examples of this dynamic playing out. And in fact, most of the innovations of the 20th and 21st century have in fact come from war. All right, let's grab another one, this one here, and let's grab 3 more. We really haven't invented much since then. How much of it is parenting? Yeah, it could be. I don't know. Like whether or not, how much, to what degree men are expected to do male things by their parents rather than women expected to do like smart entrepreneurial things like getting a degree, because formerly that's not something that they would have been able to access, and so their parents are like, okay, this is something that you need to get into. Yeah, I can see that. 100%. Is this full already? Oh, I can store like 2 things in it. 1, 2. Okay, whatever. I'm not. We're loading the boats up. Ground invasion right here. Boots on the grounds. We're gonna learn about the cancer that rewires your brain. This stream is all over the place. I don't give a fuck. It's a react stream. I'm chilling. If you want to come back next week for the extremely esoteric knowledge that we usually
pretty
present on this
afraid
channel,
to make this video.
you can grab it.
Cancer is an enormously heavy topic, and for a long time, I've had complicated thoughts and feelings about covering cancer in the same frame as these silly little cartoons. But now, I think I'm ready. I think if I can make the topic interesting to you, at least some of you young future researchers might be inspired to take on this fight yourself, or at least find a bit of extra motivation to continue your studies in biology. And if I can do that, I will consider this a success. In this video, we're going to talk about glioblastoma,
Chat, look
the
at me. I'm
deadliest,
liking
most
the video.
aggressive form of brain cancer. We're going to look at all the ways in which this cancer corrupts biology, how the body attempts to fight back, as well as the innovative and life-changing research that is threatening to put glioblastoma.
I mean, even more basic than that, the expectation of every man is to play football. So what do women do? Be the cheerleaders, and outside of that, well, okay, the women are supposed to be the ones that are patching up the men after they've had their little like fantasy war in football. The women are the ones that are supposed to be inventing the injections, the cortisol shots that make your knees stop hurting, this sort of thing.
On the ropes.
Yeah,
Fair
they're
warning,
writing,
the tone of this video is
also
likely
the
going
only
to be a bit
literate
more
ones because
serious
they've
than
been
my
reading
typical
fucking
stuff.
Fairy Smut for
I'll
the
still
past
keep things
3
lighthearted
years.
when I can, but I mean, it's cancer. One of the most terrifying and interesting cancers I have ever seen. But first, we need to go back. To understand cancer, we need to go back to biology's roots. We need to talk about evolution and natural selection.
The basis of society, the basis for philosophy.
Biology
Liberals
is beautiful.
hate
That's kind of the
saying it.
ethos of my whole channel. Evolution is the narrative that ultimately ties this beautiful story of biology together. As a general principle, evolution selects for biology that enables the safe passage of genetic material by definition. If genetic material weren't good at surviving, it'd be dead, a tautology. The body evolved as a mech suit around your genetic code.
What in the fuck is this?
Vital organs evolved to power the body, bone evolved to protect them, muscle evolved to better locate and acquire resources, neurons evolved
Raid their
to
village!
coordinate these systems. Within these organ systems, cells are assembled and disassembled for the singular purpose of ensuring safe harbor for your passengers. The plethora of different cell types in the body all largely share the same DNA. However, they are not concerned with their own
They all have the same
well-being.
DNA, exactly.
A neutrophil does not act selfishly. A neutrophil is born for a purpose, to patrol the body and seek and destroy invading pathogens. A neutrophil cares so little for the passage of its own DNA that it actually uses DNA as a weapon, trapping
That's true.
and killing
It uses
pathogens.
genetic nets
That
because
is how
DNA
strong the directive is to
is
protect
sticky.
your
It's very
sperm
cool.
and egg. And if you're interested in learning about the immune system's premier frontline
Kill them.
soldier, I've made a spotlight video on this incredibly interesting cell. Cancer is what happens when the overarching omnipresent directive of ensuring your passengers survive and
I think I need
propagate
my
is
wizard here.
overridden. And to understand how cancer ignores this directive, we have to understand how this directive is molecularly established.
Oh, we
Stem
gotta do
cells are the baby form of all the cells of your
gene
body.
ontology. Let's
Once
go.
a stem cell is born, it is given a set of instructions, either from its environment or from its neighbors or from its ancestors. A stem cell born in the gut, for example, might get a set of instructions that guide it into becoming a part of the epithelium of the gut. The process by which a stem cell matures into its final form is called differentiation. Blood stem cells, for example, will become blood. But depending on the type of signals that stem cell gets, it can also become, like, all of the immune system, too.
Yes.
And the thing about differentiation is that generally this process is irreversible. This is best illustrated using the Waddington landscape idea. Stem cells
By the
are
way, the Waddington landscape idea was invented in like 1930. Really
like balls
old
that live
idea.
atop a hill. There are various paths down towards differentiation, but once the ball starts rolling down, it's going to be very difficult to roll back up. And once that ball reaches the end of the hill, that ball is going to stay there. Once you're a neutrophil, you're a neutrophil. Your cell fate has been determined. Your identity has been fixed. Protein stem cell transcription factors, or proteins whose job it is to activate parts of the DNA that encourage stem-like behavior, decrease as a cell differentiates, meaning that the programs that govern this flexible fate are shut down. Along with that fixation of fate is a general decreased need and ability to replicate.
Exactly known, and
A
it's part of
neutrophil
the work
does
that I'm
not
doing.
reproduce. A neutrophil's job is to fight and die for the body. If you need more neutrophils, well, that's the job of the stem cells to provide reinforcements. And because neutrophils don't reproduce, a neutrophil is not going to experience severe selection pressure to act selfishly. A neutrophil can't propagate genetic material anyway, so it can really focus on doing the job it was programmed for. As with many things in biology, you can find exceptions to this rule about differentiation and replication, but the general principle still holds. So, to sum, the job of the stem cell is to provide a self-renewing supply of specialized cells, and the job of those specialized cells is to protect the sperm and egg. They've kind of been puppet-mastered by the sperm and egg to give up their own self-determination. Because terminally differentiated...
No, we have to give everybody self-determination for everything. We need to give the Palestinians total self-determination. I'm a two-stater. I'm a liberal Zionist. We need to give the Palestinians determination. You wanna give the Palestinians the self-determination to continue violence against Jews? What the fuck is wrong with you? No, that's not what I mean. Wait.
Cells have their fates locked in, and their ability to reproduce severely regulated. They function perfectly as automata that serve the hive. Genome. Cancer is what happens when a group of cells breaks free of this overarching directive.
When they start to think differently.
Free from the absolute control the genome has over its fate. Exactly how cancer does this is going to vary dramatically between cancers and between individuals. Speaking generally, a series of DNA damage events knocks out a couple of key genes that keep cells behaving in ways beneficial for the sperm and egg. Together, these genes are called oncogenes. Or anti-oncogenes? I have a shameful confession to make. I have always found the definition of onco versus anti-oncogenes extremely confusing. So I will be introducing my own nomenclature for this video.
Base?
Cancer genes.
Yeah,
that's it.
That's fine.
Genes that, when they are changed from their normal form, make cancer happen.
Yes.
Some of these genes normally encourage growth.
Some are positive regulators, some are negative regulators. This is actually probably the biggest problem that science has, I think generally, is the ability to convey essentially a dichotomy that's happening at the same time. An exchange is a singular event with two sides, and the way that the English language and Western philosophy has been built up is that we need to isolate the two events against each other to analyze them, when in reality there's only just the one event. We have the same problem with redox reactions, where one is the oxidizing agent, the other is the reducing agent. The reducing agent is doing the oxidization, the oxidizing agent is doing the reducing, and the reducing is gaining electrons, the oxidizing is losing electrons. And then it's just a matter of like how you structure the sentence to make it make sense or cease to make sense. Very, very, very common problem in science, unfortunately. That is emblematic of an old ontology.
And in cancer become hyperactive and really encourage growth. Some of these genes normally stop growth and are broken in cancer. Still others normally repair DNA, but when damaged, allow mutations to accumulate. Through a combination of different broken cancer genes that were never fixed, these cancer cells break free of the matrix and begin living not in service to the genome, but for their own DNA. They ignore signals to stop replicating. Instead, they step on the gas pedal and proliferate. They move against the Waddington landscape and become more stem-like, regaining some of their infinite potential. They grow and grow, consuming resources meant for healthy, normal tissue.
Uber cell.
They grow into the
need to
precisely
unlock
organized
the
structures of the body, and in the worst cases, break into circulation, where they can migrate to a different location and start the whole cycle all over again. In this video, we're going to focus in on glioblastoma, a specific type of glioma, which are cancers that originate in the glia, a family of supporting cells for the neurons in the brain.
Immune cells.
But which member of this beautiful family of glia is responsible for glioblastoma? I'm actually not sure. I started my research by going to Wikipedia. Yes, I know it's Wikipedia, but Wikipedia is a really good place to start for some sanity checks.
True.
Wikipedia cites a definition given by the World Health Organization that states the origin of glioblastoma is astrocytic. This makes sense given that glioblastoma cells look like astrocytes. However, as I was conducting research for this video, the claim that glioblastoma is astrocytic was not really as popular as I expected, so I followed the Wikipedia source to the 2014 WHO report on cancer to find this curious line. Glioblastomas come in two flavors: primary glioblastoma, which can arise de novo, which is science talk for out of nowhere, and secondary glioblastoma, which comes from a tumor that started off as astrocytes. But hold on, in 2021,
It can be
the
both.
WHO updated their patch notes and removed secondary glioblastoma as a
the woke
category
patch
entirely,
notes.
reclassifying it as its own astrocytoma subtype. I hate taxonomy.
It does make me
Research
sad.
nowadays
This is the problem of this video so far is the inability for words to complement the messy, complicated gradients that are actually descriptive of reality. Cool.
Used to point at neuronal stem cells as the precursor to glioblastoma. This makes sense as neuronal stem cells are the most powerful stem cells in the brain. However, research indicates that any of the glial precursors could also be fair game. Not only that, but, and get a load of this, it could be astrocytes again. What? Didn't we already remove astrocytes from the candidate pool? No take-backsies. It turns out there is some evidence to show that astrocytes might be defying their programming in order to de-differentiate, to become more stem-like, move up the Waddington landscape, defying gravity, and then from that stem-like state, become glioblastoma. Meaning astrocytes are back in the current patch of glioblastoma, baby. Now, why did I devote precious time in this video giving you a tour of the scientific research process instead of just telling you the answer? It's to make one thing abundantly clear. Cancer is difficult to study. A lot of confusion with the cell type origin of glioblastoma comes down to the fact that terminally differentiated mature cells are pretty easy to tell apart. But once a cell becomes cancer, they kind of backslide into some weird, mushy cell fetus that can then redifferentiate to look like a different cell, causing a whole lot of confusion. And you can imagine that a disease where you can't even identify the cell of origin reliably is going to be pretty difficult to treat and pretty difficult to study.
Ransack!
In the latest patch notes by the WHO, glioblastomas generally converge onto some shared molecular traits, including mutations in the TERT promoter, amplification of the EGFR gene,
is TERT telomeres? Yep, it is telomere reverse transcriptase. In case you didn't know, one of the major hallmarks for aging is how many telomeres you've got at the caps of your DNA. The idea is that telomeres will protect the ends of your DNA from fraying apart and allow them to be properly aligned during division. And if you don't have telomeres, that might get a little bit messy. You might get duplications. You might drop an allele of a gene. Very complicated things happen. Not good.
Of chromosome 7.
EGFR is just like a growth gene. Chromosome 7, I don't know what's important on chromosome 7. There's probably a couple dozen important things. I wonder if like is this on chromosome 10 or 7? Because this one is also relatively related to stemness and cancer. Nope, it's chromosome 9. Never mind.
And loss of chromosome 10. Let's start with mutations in the TERT promoter. A promoter is a region of DNA that precedes a protein coding region. The function of a promoter is to, well, promote the expression of a gene. Promoters contain binding sites to recruit RNA polymerase, enabling that enzyme to speed down the DNA track, reading DNA and making messenger RNA, which can then be read to make protein. In other words, in glioblastoma, the part of the DNA that enables whatever TERT is to be made is
I was
broken.
defeated
So what
at
is
Waterloo, but I got
TERT
more
is
men.
telomerase reverse transcriptase, a component of the enzyme that elongates telomeres. If you're at all interested in the biology of aging, you've probably heard of telomeres before. Telomeres are repetitive regions of non-coding DNA
Chat, thank
at the
God you
end of
have me.
chromosomes. They wrap up into a knot at the end of chromosomes to
say
prevent
exactly
the
the
tips of
same
the
thing that he's already
chromosomes from
said.
being lost. This buffer zone is crucial for healthy aging, as you can imagine that if telomere length were to shorten, you might start accumulating actual protein gene loss at the tips of your chromosomes. In order to maintain this buffer, TERT occasionally refreshes this buffer over time. In glioblastoma, the promoter region for TERT is broken, meaning the telomerase enzyme that is supposed to be refreshing the chromosomes is being made without a crucial part. This enables a greater rate of gene loss across all chromosomes, priming the cell to start malfunctioning. Another key molecular signature in glioblastoma is amplification of the EGFR gene. Gene amplification refers to an increase of the number of copies of a certain gene. In glioblastoma, the EGFR gene can be present at a higher copy number than it's supposed to. I've talked about the process of gene duplication several times on my channel, and if you want an in-depth view on how genes can just duplicate like that, I recommend my video on gene birth, linked on screen. EGFR is estimated glomerular filtration rate, which is a measure of how well your kidneys function. Whoops, sorry. Must have grabbed my notes from back when I actually wanted to be a doctor.
This guy has Saikuno energy, sorry.
EGFR for molecular biologists stands for epidermal growth factor receptor, a membrane protein that, when bound to extracellular growth factors, relays a signal to the nucleus to begin the process of growing and dividing. In glioblastoma, this gene is found at a higher copy number, meaning glioblastoma cells are going to be very, very sensitive to signals to grow. What this means in a practical sense is that compared to their healthy neighboring cells, glioblastoma cells are going to grow much more rapidly. One of the ways in which EGFR can be duplicated is through the expression or duplication of the chromosome that it sits on. Some glioblastomas might have EGFR copies duplicated on the same chromosome. Others have an extra chromosome 7 that houses EGFR. And finally, loss of chromosome 10 removes essential cancer genes, including P10, a gene that makes an enzyme that halts cell growth. You might be wondering how a cell survives chromosome duplication. In that gene birth video, I just told you that aneuploidy is fatal for cells. Cancer cells, however, have those safety checkpoints that would normally cause cells to apoptose to survive instead. Some combination of these different molecular signatures is shared amongst cases of glioblastoma, and it's easy to see why. Loss of functioning telomerase increases gene loss, duplication of EGFR increases cell growth and division, and loss of important control genes like P10 removes safeguards for cells that stop them from dividing inappropriately. With all of these limiters removed, glioblastoma is freed from servitude to the genome and will rapidly pick up other new abilities that will make them truly, truly terrifying.
Remove your limiters! Become cancer!
On a short time scale, cancer is a statistical anomaly. Think about how many cells are actively dividing in your body right now.
And it's always
and
there.
How rare it is for any individual one of those cells to become cancer during any given instance of cell division. There are so many different limiters placed on a cell to prevent them from becoming cancerous.
There's so many things trying to
keep
you down.
Even if every cell cycle gene within
really
the cell were to go on the fritz, the body has one final hard counter to cancer.
You need to
the
buy
immune
that
system.
Tesla Cybertruck.
Believe it or not, the immune system isn't just equipped to attack foreign pathogens, the immune system has tools to kill cancer as well. Cancer cells, while genetically primed to grow rapidly, aren't immortal. They can die of natural causes, and when they do, they release special cancer antigens that macrophages and dendritic cells can eat up, which allows them to train T cells to seek and destroy the cancer. Cytotoxic T cells and other immune cells flood the zone, blowing up the would-be tumor, releasing more antigens.
Is that what flood the
starting
zone
the
actually
cancer
means? I thought it
immunity
was like
cycle
a distraction
all over again.
from
Neat story, right?
the Epstein
Except
files.
almost by definition, if you have a real cancer, this neat and tidy cycle is going to be subverted in some way. Of course, without opposition, T cells would blow this tumor out 6 ways to Sunday and you'd never have an actual cancer diagnosis. So cancers had to have evolved several tools to evade the immune system as well. There are many members of the immune system that will engage in battle with glioblastoma. I'm just going to highlight 2 of these stories. The first battle we will look at is between glioblastoma and the CD8 cytotoxic T cell, a type of T cell whose function is to blow up misbehaving cells. The effective killing range of the cytotoxic T cell is pretty short. These cells need to make physical contact with misbehaving cells in order to deliver their cell-killing payload.
Oh, I get the reference,
before
chat,
T cells can close
chat,
the
did you
gap,
get it?
glioblastoma cells
it's a JoJo
release
reference, did you get it?
extracellular vesicles that contain a horrible payload of their own. These vesicles contain a T cell kill switch that shuts down and kills T cells before they can even fight.
Like I do.
What is this
I've
kill
got
switch?
such a horrible gooner
T cells
payload.
have an important safety feature meant to prevent them from destroying the body: programmed cell death protein 1. The activator of that protein is aptly named. Programmed
What
cell
am I
death
on about?
protein
I'm sorry.
ligand.
Is it not
Ligand
okay
meaning
for me
binding
to like
partner.
make
Usually, this
commentary and then forget?
PD1L protein is used by cells to cool the jets of the immune system when their destructive power is no longer needed. The thing about cancer is that because it basically has the same code as the rest of the body, it has a complete list of exploits for every cell. Glioblastoma can make this PD1L protein too, so as T cells approach, they are met with a minefield of kill switches set up by the cancer. This is really bad, considering cytotoxic T cells are the premier cancer-fighting immune cell. However, T cells are not the only cells involved in fighting glioblastoma.
Yo,
in fact,
look at
the
this
most important immune cell
troll!
with regards
This
to
is real 3D
glioblastoma is the
graphics.
humble macrophage. Macrophages are known to be
yeah.
voracious eaters. They gobble up pathogens and display their proteins in order to train and activate other immune cells.
Awesome.
And while T cells were destroyed and
We're gonna
shut
get more
down by
of these.
glioblastoma, the fate of the macrophage is actually far more disturbing. Macrophages come in many different flavors, but there are 2 different types of macrophages that come to attack glioblastoma. These are the bone-derived macrophage, the most common form of macrophage that patrols the body, and the resident macrophage of the brain, the microglia. Glioblastoma reprograms these cells by using the so-called twin cytokines CSF1 and IL-34. Both of these chemical messengers bind to the CSF1R receptor on the macrophage, which causes a shift in behavior. Instead of turning on pro-inflammatory pathways that could empower the immune system to fight, they take on an anti-inflammatory, healing role instead. This rerouting of behavior causes these macrophages to heal the tumor and tamp down any attempt at fighting in the region,
Fight for your
physically
undead
getting in the
kingdom.
way of other immune cells that could help out.
Fuck me.
Remember programmed death ligand? It turns out these mind-controlled macrophages pump out a lot more of this protein as well as other factors to really suppress T-cell activity, providing glioblastoma with an anti-immune shield. This wall of cells is also going to be really important for drug design, as macrophages literally cover the tumor. Not only that, but mind-controlled microglia at the border of the tumor secrete metalloproteases, enzymes that help cut through the extracellular matrix. Glioblastoma can then adapt neuron-like features to escape the tumor, crawling deeper into the brain. If you thought the way glioblastoma manipulates the immune system was terrifying, you might want to hold your breath. Glioblastoma can also rewire neurons to aid in their conquest. That's right. Neurons, cells responsible for coordinating your movement, every thought and emotion you've ever experienced, every memory you've ever had. Those very same cells can be brought into the tumor microenvironment to power this cancer. Glioblastoma cells form synapses with neurons and benefit from neuronal signaling to drive growth and proliferation. Neurons release brain-derived neurotrophic factor that is supposed to be encouraging the growth of new neurons and synapses. These new synaptic connections that would otherwise be forming between neurons, enabling them to communicate, are now being rerouted into the tumor. When neurons fire, they release a neurotransmitter called glutamate, which binds to AMPA receptors on the other side of the synapse. This is supposed to enable neurons to talk to each other, but when AMPA hits the tumor, calcium rushes into the cell and turns on pathways that, you guessed it, encourage cell growth. What you have now is a uniquely horrifying situation, even for cancer. Glioblastoma rewires macrophages and turns them against T cells, evading destruction by the immune system. Glioblastoma also rewires neurons to feed their own
positively about
insatiable
like YouTube production, because it is something that I try and get into. producing videos. We're at the 20-minute mark, and I feel like he's already said everything. The video is like done, I feel like. Sadly. Wait, do I have to destroy this? Crush the invaders before the hull is lost. Okay, that'll be easy.
Hunger. I remember my reaction to reading that glioblastoma rewires neurons, and I felt such incredible despair. The idea that healthy biology could be corrupted to this extent
you can
felt
be owned
sick
by
and
the
perverted,
fascist
and yet
cancer as well.
I couldn't look away. Despite the pit forming in my stomach, I continued to read on. It is a cancer that is truly, truly fascinating. And it's that fascination that partly drives the motivation of scientists to better understand this cancer and to design better treatments that will put this cancer
because they want to
back
get more
into
money
its
out of you.
place.
That's why scientists are actually exploring it.
So what do the good research doctors have for our cancer today? There are the tried and true approaches of surgical removal of the tumor and radiotherapy to kill off whatever wasn't removed by surgery. Since cancer cells are already not great at repairing their DNA, giving them a targeted radioactive pulse kills them pretty handily while mostly sparing the surrounding tissue. Then, chemotherapy is used to suppress any cancer cells that survived treatment. Of course, this procedure has a number of weaknesses. For one, it is invasive, as any surgery is going to be. And the second weakness is that, as anybody who has gone under chemotherapy can attest to, chemotherapy sucks.
Shit.
Not that it isn't effective, but chemotherapy's side effects are pretty hard to deal with. While this protocol can improve the quality of life for patients and prolong their good health, glioblastoma tends to bounce back despite humanity's best efforts. The 5-year survival rate for glioblastoma is just about 5%. Cancer is tedious, but the only thing more tenacious than cancer is the unbreakable, pioneering human spirit. While cancer research can seem like a depressing dead end if you view success as a binary between curing cancer and not doing anything, the envelope is always being pushed with new and innovative treatments.
No, look at this woke Marxist trash showing us the gray zone.
More and more years to live, with the goal of having old age take them before their cancer does. In January 2025, I did a 12-hour charity live stream for glioblastoma where I got to present a few of these experiments to my live stream audience. It was in that stream that we raised enough money to reach the incentive to make this video.
Yeah.
I do a charity science live stream every January, and I'm hoping to see a few of you there.
No.
The treatment I want to share with you is one that was published just after my live stream ended.
Medication.
And I kid you not, this is one of the coolest drug designs I've ever seen. It started off with an innocuous question that had nothing to do.
The primary reason that chemotherapy is utter destruction on what it feels like to be healthy is because it targets some of the most highly proliferating cells in your body, which include the cancer cells, but also include the lining of your gut, include your very skin, your hair cells. So you just feel constantly sick because your gut is essentially shedding itself every week. Buff. Spells. Use all your spells. Use all your spells. Go, 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 go. Fight for your right against the Imperial Menace. Yes, they kidnapped my wife. I'll resurrect their wives as undead servants. Yes, destruction. Love it.
Killing glioblastoma.
And then in combination with the chemotherapy is usually like an immune promoter, which is the medication that people with an autoimmune disorder will also get. Dead. Kill that. Next. Kill this. Oh, is my guy dead? Oh, kill this. These dwarves are so strong.
Trace the connection glioblastoma makes with its supporting neurons. If we can trace those connections while the cells are still alive, we might be able to better study how glioblastoma manipulates neurons. But this turned out to be a much more complicated problem than it might seem. Take a moment to think to yourself. Even if you're not a molecular biologist, it's fun to have the opportunity and really work your creative muscles. Leave your comment down below. One answer might have been to take a really high-powered microscope, like an electron microscope, for example, to visualize these connections. Synapses themselves are really, really tiny, and electron microscopy is how we get images like this. Or this. But electron microscopy can't be used for this application. EMs are great for taking a snapshot of cells, but cannot be used if you want to keep your cells alive to study them. You might think to use something like a tiny needle and inject dye into the neurons that surround glioblastoma. This could work in theory, but just because a neuron is nearby doesn't mean it'll always make a connection to that cancer. And just because a neuron is far away doesn't mean it won't make a connection. The answer these researchers came to was one that I personally would have never thought of. Researchers delivered a dye with the use of a modified rabies vaccine. Through the never-ending creativity of science, a near-perfectly lethal virus was transformed into a research tool. I'm going to describe in some amount of detail this unique modified rabies virus. If this is your first genetic circuit, you might want to rewatch this part a couple of times. I promise you, if you want to experience the beauty that is engineering, it's worth it. We start off with a rabies virus that contains the gene for GFP.
Educated person, a low education voter.
This means any cell infected with this virus will glow green. That's how we're going to visualize the tracing.
And
to label all of the neurons that hook up to this glioblastoma, we're going to first infect the glioblastoma and rely on the glioblastoma to then deliver the rabies virus.
Yes, Ian Wagner, they use chemotherapy for lupus, but they don't use chemotherapy in the same context as they do for lupus. Like, the idea of chemotherapy is in opposition to radiotherapy, and the chemotherapy is just like a drug that's a high proliferating cell degrader. Holy fuck, what is that? Is that a flying machine? Chemo just means like a chemical like thing. It means other things as well. In other contexts, it means something different. Holy fuck, my brains are starting to leak out of my ears. Kill the flying machine from the ground. Thank you. The only way to beat a flying machine is to get a couple flying machines. And eating machines. I can only get 2? That's so sad. Work harder! Give me my bricks. There we go. There's our second dragon.
Virus to all of its connecting neurons. You might be worried that just dumping this virus on would just non-specifically target all cells in the dish.
It would.
But the rabies virus the researchers chose was chosen very deliberately. This particular rabies virus is a variant that doesn't actually infect mammalian neurons. This gives researchers the ability to design a rabies that infects a cell type of their choosing. Researchers give the rabies the NVA receptor and engineer the glioblastoma cell to express TVA, NVA's binding partner. Because the neurons don't express TVA, this rabies virus will only infect the glioblastoma. Now, our tumor in a dish has been infected by a rabies virus, forcing the tumor to make green fluorescence protein.
This shit.
Great. How is the rabies virus going to then trace the connecting neurons? Remember, rabies can't actually infect these neurons. The neurons don't make TVA. The solution is in the fact that glioblastoma makes synapses with neurons, allowing a sneaky backdoor to enable infection anyway. Glioblastoma packages these rabies viruses into a synaptic vesicle, the same type of packet that would contain neurotransmitters to coordinate communication between cells. While neurons can't be infected by this rabies normally, they will more than happily take up a synaptic vesicle with rabies virus Trojan horsing on the inside. Now, every neuron synaptically connected to the glioblastoma is going to glow green. But these neurons make connections with other neurons. How do we know every neuron in the dish isn't going to light up when the infected neurons pass on this virus? This rabies virus also lacks another critical gene, the rabies glycoprotein, or the rabies shell. Without it, it's not anything more than a pile of RNA. The reason why this works is because the glioblastoma was engineered to supply the rabies glycoprotein.
It's autism voice. That's what this guy's had. That's what this guy has. That's what I'm picking up on.
Meaning the neurons are not making rabies glycoprotein once the rabies enters the neuron. It's just there to make GFP.
I can get 2 more.
Again, it's a little complicated. I wouldn't mind you rewatching this bit to pump my engagement numbers a bit. But once you've understood this engineering, we can now see the payoff. This is a video time-lapse of adding this engineered rabies to a dish with glioblastoma labeled in white and magenta. Don't worry about why they're different colors. and neurons, which are going to start as unlabeled and glow green when infected. The fact that we get to actually watch this neuron tracing happening live is absolutely incredible.
Wow!
What you're seeing here is organotypic slice culture. This is a piece of cultured brain from a human patient who needed brain matter removed for a medically necessary procedure and donated
Hi,
said
Caramel.
tissue.
How's it going?
In
Happy
white
Saturday.
and in magenta, you can see glioblastoma cells. And in green, we can see every neuron that is making a connection with those cells. And if we zoom into this box here, we can see that yes, this method does not label neurons all willy-nilly. The green neuronal processes here are connected to glioblastoma, while the red processes are neurons that have not connected to the glioblastoma.
Start mining.
But this study has revealed something more than just pretty microscopy images. When glioblastoma was added to rodent brain slices, the extent of the neuronal connections glioblastoma was making was truly shocking to me. Glioblastoma wasn't just recruiting neurons nearby. Glioblastoma was making connections all the way out to the opposing brain hemisphere. This does make sense because certain neurons can get very long. Judging by this picture, you can imagine why glioblastoma is such a problem. The extent by which it can co-opt neurons is pretty intense.
Are we ready for
it makes sense that radiotherapy isn't enough to keep this cancer in check. Glioblastoma will just heal itself right back up using the neurons it controls. But what if you could, with molecular precision, sever each and every neuronal connection glioblastoma had while sparing unaffected neurons? How would that even work? We know surgical removal isn't good enough without damaging nearby tissue. Do you see it? We've had the answer for the last several minutes.
It's the
These
rabies.
researchers decided to go back to the drawing board with their modified rabies, only this time they were going to add one more ingredient, the capsase-3 enzyme, an enzyme responsible for triggering apoptosis, or programmed cell death. They've engineered a way to deliver a payload only to neurons that are connected to the tumor and a way to spare all other neurons, leaving glioblastoma alone, cold, and potentially vulnerable to a combination therapy. Which, of course, the researchers did try. Researchers used their rabies drug alone and in combination with other drugs and found something annoyingly not straightforward. Rabies drug alone did kill quite a bit of glioblastoma, but it also doesn't really look like we're seeing synergistic effects here. Why this is, I'm not entirely sure. But what I can say is that I am excited to see this therapy is at least on par with existing known drugs for glioblastoma. Because this is a first-of-its-kind approach, I'm looking forward to what else develops down this avenue. Now, I will say, this treatment is far from being market viable. This was a proof of principle. But what I want to emphasize here is just how incredibly clever humanity can be. And believe me, we're going to need all of the creativity we can get when it comes to fighting cancer. Glioblastoma is the most deadly, most aggressive form of brain cancer. Patient prognosis for glioblastoma is very poor, and it's a particularly tragic way to live out the last leg of your life. But for as much tragedy as glioblastoma brings, it also shines a light on how beautiful humanity is. Once we've decided to dedicate minds to the problem.
We can instrumentalize technology for the better of humanity. It's possible.
Cancer.
Wow, that's a tough take, senor. Fuck cancer. Is there anything else to cover this week? Is there anything else to cover? How to anti-AI better. That's a decent one. Maybe we can do that soon. Oh, wait, this one sounds good. I said we were done with politics. We're not done with politics. Take a look at this. Take a look at this, baby. That's right. Exactly what I was talking about earlier this stream. These motherfuckers not wearing ties.
Good afternoon.
Thinking they look great.
I'm Carrie Bingen, director of the
CSIS.
Security Project.
Chat, we're figuring out how to grind set, hustle, drop ship based on surveillance data.
Engine and the United States Geospatial Intelligence Foundation, CSIS released the Gold Rush Report. It provided a global ranking of commercial, space-based remote sensing systems, and drawing inspiration from the Olympics,
CSIS is like the
gold,
global
silver, and
homo
bronze
epicenter.
Based on their collection performance. However, collection performance, like resolution or coverage, doesn't always equate to the value of the information collected and
this
the
is
insights
a
gained from
reaction
it.
to
So
the
today, we're
Trump
back to highlight a
administration
new
banning
complementary
the release
report,
of any
Golden
publicly
Insights.
accessible geo-surveillance spatial information over Iran for the past like 3 months. Because the truth of the matter is, they've fucked something up so disastrously. Everyone in the world knows it, but they don't want the public knowing it. What's the video about? It's about commercial Earth observation data. Yeah, data gathering. But cool.
Where we take
We're
the
gathering
next
the
step
data
and
ethically.
ask a more fundamental question. What are the customers actually getting from that data? This report is about understanding value. What products are being
I
created
love
from
critiquing
Earth
value.
observation data, who is using them, and how do we differentiate and evaluate them? We're fortunate to be joined by an outstanding panel to explore these findings and what they mean for the future of commercial remote sensing. I would like to welcome report author Dave Gauthier, current Chief Strategy Officer of GXO Inc., former Director of Commercial Operations at the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, NGA, and non-resident Senior Associate with the CSIS Aerospace Security Project.
Chat, we talked about these people.
Kevin Miners, former Deputy Director of National Intelligence for Enterprise Capacity at the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, and longtime intelligence and ISR expert and program and budget guru across the defense and intelligence communities. And Gary Duno, current Chief of Staff of IonQ Federal Integrated Team, former Associate Director for Enterprise at NGA, and contributor to this report in his previous role at the United States Geospatial Intelligence Foundation. I'd also like to add that we will take questions from the audience, so please go ahead and submit that via our webpage.
Nice, you guys are going to be able to
Dave,
interact
I'm going to kick this off
and
with
interface
you
with
as the report
Techno-Capital
author.
in a way like
Give
nobody
us
else
a
has
basic
before.
What and why. So the bottom line up front, the bluff, the approach taken in building this report, and then why do it at the outset.
Okay, thank you, Carrie, and thank you for the opportunity to be here today. Yeah, the bottom line up front of this report really speaks to increasing customer satisfaction with the products and services we see from commercial remote sensing. And it couldn't be more clear in different products that we tried to buy when I was at NGA that not all companies are at the same level or delivering similar capabilities.
Riveting.
And
Thank you
not
so
all
much for your
customers
insight.
really understand those things. So I think the conclusion we came to in
We're
the report
concluding
is that we're looking for greater transparency in the
Yes,
communications
transparency.
between producers and consumers of these products to increase the customer satisfaction overall. And if that
Of course, it's about the consumers who are using the geospatial surveillance data and buying these satellites to surveil across the world. We really just need to make sure that our consumers are happy with it. We don't give a fuck if you can't afford it.
transparency exists,
We just need to be
then
more
we need to
transparent
greater
with how
trust
evil we are.
in these
Because
products and services,
then you can see.
which should increase consumer demand. which
Because
should
if
then
we
grow
weren't
the market.
transparent about it, then
And that's
we wouldn't really be
ultimately
evil,
what
I
we
guess,
wanted.
right?
Now, why did we do this? I think you hit on it early in your intro, that when we produced the Gold Rush report to understand the collection systems and sort of rank them, a lot of people who were fans of that report asked us to go find the downstream value in the analytic products and services. So initially I thought, okay, we'll
downstream
go
market
find the best
value.
products and services and we'll rank those and highlight that. But
Only the best
as
products.
I'm sure we'll discuss today.
Nice. The
it wasn't
federal
that easy.
U.S. government making
so
a
we went
consumer
on
report
a little bit of a journey
on
to review the products from
how
commercial remote sensing data.
good
Looked at hundreds of companies.
surveillance data
and,
is.
I think we learned a lot along the way.
Should we go with
Well, how'd you
SpaceX
scope
or should
that?
we go
Because
with
to your point, I mean,
China?
It's one thing to
very
identify
curious.
companies, here are the satellites that are operating and here's the companies that are operating them. When you think about who's actually taking this data, applying artificial intelligence, other technologies to them and creating value-added products, that is a huge
I
scope
love
from your
adding
mom-and-pop,
value products.
shop to your 1 or 2 person startups all the way to large companies. So how did you scope
One or
the
two
research?
We had to scope
person
it down, and
companies
we used a bit of a
building
shortcut by looking at two
geospatial
sources.
surveillance
One,
data. Yes.
your
your
member
mom
list
and
of
pop
USGIF,
Google Maps.
as companies that were able to produce original products from remote sensing and other data sources. We also found a website called GeoAwesome, and they produce the GeoAwesome top 100, geospatial companies in the market. And we looked at those.
There's
lists
more
and
than 100
tried to
geospatial
decide,
surveillance
are they
companies?
operating in the U.S.? Do they create original products and services? Do they use commercial remote sensing data in their offerings? And that's how
remote sensing data in their offering products.
We've all served in government. When we think about
we've all been part of the
imagery
deep
or
state.
satellite operations. We're used to buying images or collecting images. We're now moving further downstream and looking at how do you buy analytics? How do you buy products that isn't by the orbital path? So, Kevin and Gary, if I can bring you into this conversation, what were your reactions to some of these report themes and the shift that's really underway from collection to analysis and analytic value?
So as a government procurement executive, as you went out to the satellite vendors, satellite makers, they all had a lexicon that everybody understood. I mean, if you were a warfighter, if you were a builder...
He's using the warfighter diction for military. My fucking God, these people are actually such shills. It's crazy.
What NIRS do you want? You want a NIRS 5, NIRS 5.5? Which would drive your aperture? What's your revisit, which comes to your MTTA? Do you want a SWIR band? It was like a lexicon that everybody understood. And it was easy to communicate between customers, vendors, and what I saw in this Golden Insights report is really Dave and his team were able to kind of come basically with a lexicon now for the application side, the ground side. Sort of, as an analogy.
Yes, all we had to do was build out standardized industry information that you can just buy so that you can become part of the surveilling upper class as well.
Sort of have that common lexicon again, but in a different venue. Not making satellites, but what do you do with the products from the satellites? This lexicon, I think, is going to go a long way to help people, from vendors to to product makers. To customers, to be able to have that same language, same lexicon, and be able to talk. I want this priority, or I want that. I think it's going to go a long way. So I think it's great.
Yeah, I think back to my days running analysis at NGA when I was working with Dave, and we were first moving into
it's okay, they're skeletons.
Organizing our data. Right, this is before the big AI.
They want to die in the war.
Just getting your data organized was a challenge. And we owned the data from collection to analysis, right? And the thought process behind it was
boomers should not have access
the analysis was done right
to this sort of complicated technology.
Commercial geo
just not built for it. Wrong generation, bud.
And people would show up saying, "Hey, I can tell
you've already ruined this earth enough. Sorry,
if you want to buy all my data." Well, of course, we didn't necessarily need more data. We didn't necessarily.
We got plenty of data. I'm so data pilled.
But more answers would have been good for us, right? And so those were the conversations we were trying to have and figure out how you assess the answers and the information being provided, as opposed to just taking on more data and burdening the analysts with more work. And so I think, in addition to a common
why can't you guys just give us the answers
of how you assess that data is something that this report helps to drive, so that you don't have the naysayers inside the government, which I dealt with when I was there, who said, well, commercial's just not as good, right? And maybe it's faster, but it's not as good. Or it doesn't meet our security requirements. You can have that conversation now around the data, not just the collectors.
Okay. To those points, the idea of a common
Donald
lexicon
Trump
wasn't even
tweets an image from a
project,
classified satellite.
We had to go back to first principles after starting to look
then
at
they need to talk about we need to own the proprietary as well as the data itself.
Multiple companies would use different terms for the same thing or the same terms for different things.
We're so lexicon
that they were offering in their products. And so
it's so important for developing industries that we establish normal lexicons when we explore space.
In order to even have a foothold in how we would evaluate
use the blimp to find a way to the base
across products or other metrics. And if it was difficult for us to decipher, imagine if you're a new customer coming into this market who believes in the value of it, you're a little bit lost in the wilderness, I think.
Well, and I want to pick up on that and tee up 2 graphics here from the Golden Insights report. I first want to talk about the product spectrum, and I know you have an analogy in there about suit buying, but if I can have you walk through that, because I think it's important. We've gone from, like Kevin was saying, a comfort with how we describe collection performance, so a certain resolution level, 30 centimeter resolution, 50 centimeter resolution of an image, the collection area. But now we're moving downstream. How do you describe then the analytic product that you can now buy off the market?
I'm going to be so honest. These people are actually like incredibly boring. There's no better way to make something exciting, like literally having eyes anywhere in the world, more boring than shit like this.
Okay. Yeah, the product spectrum was also born out of our first workshop where we started discussing what is a product and realized that many companies offer different things on this spectrum, which you can see in front of you. We were trying to drive towards off-the-shelf products. It's something that's standardized, that is well understood, well characterized, so a consumer can buy it quickly, use it, understand what they're getting, and move on.
How can we market geospatial data to the average American?
Mature right now, they don't offer a COTS standard product. They offer either the opportunity to develop a product, a custom product, or analysts who will build a product for you in your footprint.
Bro, where is this base?
Or maybe
is it not
a semi-standard product that will be tailored to the end user on demand. So
use the blimp to find a way
into
the base.
We realize that there's really this whole spectrum from companies that want to be hired to make a product from design, at the beginning, all the way to a standard product that's sort of off the shelf.
And there's a line in the report, Gary, I'll get your reaction to this. There's a line in the report that said it was no surprise that several outside experts with U.S. government experience who were consulted for this report elaborated on the dangers of using commercial analytic products for certain missions. Can you maybe unpack that?
Yeah, can you maybe give us a couple examples of classified missions that have been taking place that maybe we shouldn't have used commercial geospatial surveillance?
So on the government side, of course.
Is this just like a discussion of SpaceX, but they don't want to actually talk about SpaceX? Is that all this is? Is that all this fucking talk is?
You have a full spectrum of missions, right, that you want to apply this information against, and using government data, we do apply it against that full spectrum. And on the commercial side, not everybody is aware of that.
I didn't even need to build ships.
Or doesn't have the experience working in that spectrum. So they won't necessarily even know what they're trying to produce sometimes. And in particular, when you're using automated capabilities,
hold on, give me a moment.
There are just problem sets that you don't want to solve using automated tools just because of the risk of failure or the risk of collateral damage in those areas. So I think it's, that's shifting a little bit because we see a lot of government employees moving to the commercial sector. So people are there with that experience now, and I think they understand it a little bit better. But it's still a
America has fallen so far that we actually enjoy losing all of our federal labor force to the private sector.
The big
we actually take pride
in all of this was the framework that you built and the lexicon on how you differentiate.
Guys, we built a bunch of words for our geospatial surveillance that you can buy from American, from your own tax dollars. We built an international surveillance apparatus that you now can pay back to grab the products of. Thank God.
So the idea of a decision.
It would be really unfair if they didn't, at least attempt to bring it back to the market
in terms of metrics, to discern one product over another and try to find the best fit product for a customer use over a different product. I can go back to simple things like, I like to read the Consumer Reports, car buying guide every year, and the car buying guide has dozens of factors that they evaluate. So that the consumer can say, well, if I really care about this one feature,
I got
can narrow
demolished.
down my scope to these offerings. And if I care more about another feature, I can narrow down to that. So we try to find the common features of geospatial products or analytic products made from
I don't
this
like
data,
how he says that. He says
that
analytic.
would be relevant to different consumers. And I think you can see in the chart we brainstormed a number of metrics and then started characterizing them and winnowing this down, and through a process came to two types of metrics. There's viability metrics and value metrics. And viability was really, in some cases, a gatekeeper for whether a product would even meet the basic criteria.
Holy fuck! This is just how you like cover
price,
up the most evil
security
innate
features,
violations
etc. So sometimes price is the only thing that
liberal principles,
to a
just by
customer.
making it boring.
And then I'm sure we'll get into it, but the value metrics was an interesting
The
discussion
value
as well,
metrics
because
was an interesting discussion.
Quality is something that most people think of right off the bat, but we really put some thought into utility and complexity metrics as differentiators to help a customer distinguish between multiple products from multiple companies.
Can I encourage?
You saw the utility of this.
Oh, I can.
So I'm going to flip it.
It's
from
so
the
utility
from a government
build. Holy fuck!
perspective.
There's so much
I know
utility
you
to
were
all this
focused more on the
geospatial
customer,
surveillance data.
But I got to tell you, Dave,
housing count.
it's like a dual use thing, because so let's
It's
go to the
dual
NRO.
use.
The NRO has been doing independent program assessments forever, and they have a set criteria.
Chat,
You know,
can
you have
anybody tell me
you know,
if they're
someone
saying
from
anything
another organ,
substantive? Because
from
it seems like they
SIG and Power
are
looking
not.
at you, and they'll go through.
That's what it
and
feels
they'll
like.
grade your
They are not.
program based on their lexicon, their metrics. I look at your metrics, Dave, and if I put on my CEO,
You get so many metrics. Holy fuck! I'm actually getting cleaved down. That's what's going on. All right, I'm just sending wave after wave. I'm sending a million dragons at these people.
Does
Where's
he
my-
share his
oh, he's
information
building this.
across government and you don't with the license? You have better security. It is a great way of doing a program assessment of looking across the different applications to say,
and give me
again,
dragons.
I'm just looking at it from the lens of a
One,
COTR,
two,
of helping to
three
break down,
dragons.
you
Give
know,
them
as you
right
look
here.
across different vendors.
And of course,
you
we're
know,
gonna
these
need
metrics are going to
more of
definitely
this.
help government people make decisions, I think.
Government people make decisions. Where is the right-wing outrage for this? Where is the government overreach outrage? But there is none, because it's the public market. It's chill, you know. It's a public-private relationship that the government is subsidizing.
Direct, right? There's a distributor in between. And I won't refer to who that is, but I think
I won't refer to who it is. There we go. It's SpaceX.
And I can't tell you how many.
They're such
conversations I've
cowards.
had,
They don't
both when
even
I was
want to
in
say
government
fucking
and at
SpaceX is
USGIF
responsible
with
for the surveillance apparatus.
Organizations like Secret Service or local law enforcement who would pay the $100 if they could get it in 30 seconds as opposed to 10 minutes because they needed the information then. But that isn't always factored in to the requirements through the.
It's not always factored into the city budget of how
As
much
part of the approach, you brought
local
in
police departments
into
will spend
workshops
on
both
SpaceX
those different
surveillance
customer
images
sets
of
from a variety of
people
different
who
mission areas,
they have been
both
slighted
within
by
government
in the
and
past.
outside of government. But then you also brought in those providers of the products. And you really sought to create some differentiation between them because not all product is the same.
Right. Yeah, I think that the classic example always in my mind is maritime domain awareness. There are probably 50 companies that
What an insanely complicated way to say, yeah, we just want to track what China is doing with their ships.
will offer some version of maritime domain awareness, and there are probably thousands of potential customers for that.
So should I tee this up, an image up yet, or you want me to wait?
We can wait.
Okay.
Yeah, but
You want me to show the product capabilities off to our
I
audience?
was in government, still frustrates me today, is that someone can have on their website a beautiful maritime domain awareness offering, and when you really look under the hood, you find that it's very simple, right? It might be two
maritime,
data feeds
look inside,
merged
maritime
into
domain,
a
domain awareness product,
and then
low
another
fidelity.
company may offer
No sir,
maritime
no sir,
domain
not
awareness,
low
and
fidelity,
maybe their
high
marketing
fidelity.
isn't as
Look
good.
inside,
But when
low
you
fidelity.
look under the hood of that
Holy
product,
fuck, these
it's
towers are
50 or 60
strong.
data feeds, multiple layers of analytic fusion.
He says
maybe more
analytic. I
timely
can't take him
than
seriously. I
the other
cannot take him
offering.
seriously.
It's
He says
delivered
analytic.
directly into a special tool or a feed right to a user's phone or app, and so these are
Siri, show me the
there's so much
location of
variation in the market here.
the
And
most recent
it's very
Gunov.
difficult for a customer to evaluate early. You know, what do I need? You know, what checklist should I have when I go into this?
What should I be looking for when I'm
conversation about,
negotiating with
submitting a requirement, sort of looking
geospatial
for a
monopolies?
And so
When I'm
we're
just a
trying to
little
lead the
guy
customer a
and
little bit, but
I
also,
don't
like you
get
said, lead the people producing this
roughed
to
around
be
like
more
I'm
specific
buying
about
my
what
first
they can
car.
create, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and it's making the customer a more informed or savvier buyer.
We
and knowing
love
exactly what
informed
they're buying
customers
and
that
how to
know what they're buying.
differentiate the different product types on the market, right?
Because there's just so much shit
Compared
out there,
from
and
a
thank God
warfighter
we've got the
customer
U.S. government,
perspective,
the
as we were
national
building
surveillance
satellites,
apparatus,
you would
telling
sit
us
down with
what,
the COCOM rep
who
and they
on the
would say,
market
I
is
want Near
producing
6, I want a
good,
swear band, I want
good
5-minute
stuff.
revisit, I want survivability. And so we turned those metrics and we called them attributes. And what was nice
We
about it
call
was
them
you could then ask for a prioritization of those attributes to say, okay, what, because you only have so many resources, right? And you can only spend, let's say you had $50 million. Do you want to put all 50 towards NEARS, or do you want to, you know, you can spread it out to say,
NEARS?
okay, I can give you a
NEARS
swear
what?
band, maybe this revisit. But what's nice about these metrics that you've come up with, Dave, is now you could look at a customer and say, you can't get them all, right? It'll be too expensive.
There's a little
but
bit
give
of
me a
scarcity. If you
prioritization
want
of
the
what's
premium
number one. Is it
package, you're gonna have to give me all
Is
those
it,
50 million
is it
public
quality?
dollars.
You know, how
Thank
quickly
you.
you deliver, you know, security. So what's nice about these metrics is it
Security.
allows you to have carry
All right, I'm actually done with these fucking people. I'm actually done. I think that's gonna be the stream for today. Let's pack it up. Chat, how you guys feeling? Held a message, smart detection. Yeah, see you later. Let's see. Is there anybody to raid right now? Any suggestions for raids? Kaya Bao is doing some interesting yoga right now. Maybe I'm gonna send you guys to like a titty streamer. Thank you for stopping by, Caramel. I hope you watch the VOD later. Honestly, this was a very chill stream. I've been incredibly busy at work this past week, so I didn't have anything to present and to engage with. Yeah, we're doing it. You know, chat, you know the bit. You know the bit. Uncritical support. Uncritical support. If you're on Twitch, it was a pleasure having you on the Dispel Marketable show. I hope I see you next week, and if I don't see you next week, I think I'm gonna have some produced content that you guys are going to enjoy. A little hit piece, a little hit piece. Who enjoys a little hit piece? I know I do. If you're on Twitch, I'll see you next week. Make sure to like, follow, subscribe if you can. If you're on YouTube, the easiest way to support the channel is by liking it, sharing the stream with your friends in real life who think that they might enjoy the content, the insights. But if you're too embarrassed to send your friends political content online, you can just like the video, and random people, like-minded retards like you, will find it. Anyways, chat, there's 28,000 people watching Hassan enjoy. I think that's the raid. YouTube chat is still here. I'm going to say goodbye to you guys. Bye-bye.